Good morning. Today is March 11th, 2024. This is the Atelier Nekuzuki stream, and I am Katie. Oh, that's not the account that it's like, go to your Google account. No, I don't want to go to my Google account. I just want to get onto my YouTube so that I can like see that it's still transmitting. Blah, blah, blah. I will have to get up in a couple minutes, but I did get it's super exciting. I got the Cricut to work for the packaging. So we went from like this disaster last night. It's not bad, but like only planner pencil pouches legible, and like the what it fits and website are not. And that's like half the thing is I want to advertise who's made it and everything like that. So look at this. So I went into so this is one of the pens I experimented with last night, and I was like, no, that's not gonna work. So I went in and I looked up a video for how to actually use the third-party clamp. Obviously works glorious. And then they had a note about what you're actually supposed to do for the type, which this one was just regular. This one is in writing style. And that one throwaway line was like, solved all of my issues with how it was looking with this pen. So now it looks super professional. I am very pleased with it, and that is what we're going to be using. Excuse me. Because, hello, gorgeous. All right. So right now, if you hear it in the background, that is the Cricut going. All right. Moving the sewing desk over meant to that. I can't use that shelf right now. Okay. Gotta get a little bit more different organization again, but we'll do that later. Okay. Looking good. I think we're gonna move me. Oh, no, not the actual webcam, not the collab cam, the webcam. My face cam is gonna go up over that mess that's on that box. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, that's adjusted as best as it's going to be. Okay, sweet. So today we are going to ignore the Cricut as it cuts here. I'm not going to actually get up and really like, well, I'll get up and unload it basically, but that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to do more work. What we're going to do is we're going to go in and get these finished. Since last night was a distraction with the Cricut, and then we had a jump scare of an early wake up from the Babbities. So, and of course, by the time that I got up, so my youngest woke up, it scared me, like I said. Blah, 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 but, they were like mostly asleep by the time I got upstairs. I'm like, of course. That's why I kind of did that pause to be like, okay, are they actually going to like wake up and get up, or is this just like no? Do an adjustment and I'm just gonna fall back to sleep. But it was a good thing that I went up because they were still kind of like, mama. Poor baby. So it was a good call, and then I looked up the stuff to actually finish what we've been doing. What else did I do? So today I was supposed to go into Calgary to chat with Caroline about our event, but she is sick. So we have rain checked that, which I think is a good thing because I do not need to get sick right now. And that was the change in plans, was that I was supposed to go to Calgary today. So I'm going to work as long as I can basically, and then I'm going to work until about 2:30, 3 o'clock today, because I do want to go in and get my run and gym done, and then we will go from there. And it's like, I'm not going to run inside today because it is glorious outside, and I think it's supposed to be nice today too. Yeah, like a high of 7. Check my rings. Why? Okay, cool. Anyway, it's like melted enough. It's melted enough we're in that freeze thaw of like, if I went out running right now outside, it would be too icy. Because it will have melted, like it melted yesterday and then it would have frozen overnight. So we're not doing that. I'm gonna go out this afternoon. The gym will be quieter anyway. And then the outside world should be thawed. i.e. the paths. And it's only a half-hour run, so it's not like I have to go very far, but I don't need to be slipping on ice. That would be like, can you imagine? I get back into running and then I just hurt myself running. It's like, and it's like, there is such a high chance of it anyway without the ice that it's just like, ugh. So far so good with the plantar fasciitis though. Apparently I have actually strengthened enough. It's just gone, which to me is nuts. It's like one of those things where it's like, basically the physio say it could be like something nagging and chronic and it could come back. But a lot of times it does just suddenly disappear, and that's exactly what has happened. Which I will take, to be honest. Now I'm going to continue like strengthening and everything like that, because that's going to be the thing that's going to help keep it away probably the most. But you know, I will glory in the fact that my foot is not sore right now. So. All right, now this should be more or less the easy part of these, but we'll find out. It's just a lot of finessing because I got to get the elastic in. And then the bottom actually gets finished after we've turned it. So. And then after this, we're gonna do those cell phone bags. I did find, actually, I kicked a bunch of stuff out from underneath. So the Cricut today is running on the actual table I was thinking it should run on. And I kicked all the stuff out from underneath. So I actually found the webbing for the cell phone bags that I was planning, which is awesome. We need that. And then what else happened? I don't know. It's already been a day. And it's also like, it's the first day after daylight savings. And both the kids woke up this morning and there was no way I was getting them out of bed at like 6 a.m. So they definitely woke up because that's when my alarm went off, but we all were just like, oh, so we slept a little bit later. And that's part of why I'm a little bit later coming online too. That, and I prepped a pattern for that accordion pouch thing that I'm going to do. That should work for the embroidery hoops without me having to like reinvent the wheel like I've been trying. I was just like, do you know what? Now that we've dropped it down to 2 pockets, I think this will work as well or better, to be honest. Oh, the sound of a machine working well. It's just ticking along. I love it. I love it when things just go smooth. Although I did pull out that cat that I had used last night, the cut. And so if you need cat confetti, you know the girl to come to. I like pulled it out. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so cute. I have absolutely zero use for it. But you know, besides it being cute, that's worthy of something. So all right. Also found another scrap pattern last night yesterday that is super cute. It's by a Canadian designer. I just need to actually cut it out and then we can use it for other stuff. Or we can use it for other scraps because honestly, this will probably be enough planner pouches for a while. Maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Actually, there's a stationery shop in town in Cochrane that I should go be like, hey, how would you feel about carrying my product? Because they got a bunch of cute stuff, and this, because it's stationery, would fit right in. All right, there we go. Should I actually be doing my taxes and editing my photos? 100% I should, but no. I guess that'll be this week's task. Editing photos, especially since the launch is... See, I told you, I was like, I'll be prepared and have everything done, and then no, apparently not. So... My goodness, though, with this melt, it is so muddy outside, and so because it's light enough after dinner, we went outside after dinner because I was like, okay, the kids have to run off some energy. It's light enough. Let's head out for a little bit. But their like boots got caked with so much mud. And I will neither confirm nor deny that they might have left some mud all the way down the hallway at school today. Totally not us at all. I was like, ah, crap. Of course. Oh well. Mud all over socks, all of that. I also forgot how busy it is so we dropped off, or I dropped off a little bit later, and I forgot how busy it is at that drop-off time because we've been dropping off like an hour earlier most days. I was like, oh right, that's why we like to drop off a little bit earlier as well, is that it's not like 6 dozen people dropping kids off. It's not that many, that's an exaggeration, but that's what it feels like. There we go. Sweet. Okay, I have not done my pouch count, so let's actually just do it with the tags here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sweet. Looks like 15. Nope, 15 cotton left with this one. And then I think there's like 10 cotton linen. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And actually those are not true numbers because I did cut extra tags last night. So 3, 4, 5. So that is a failing of the counts of the tags, but oh well. Also, I've got 420 subscribers. Thank you so much. I just remembered that has happened overnight. We're getting up there, guys. I think once I hit 500 subscribers, I can actually start direct linking products in the videos, which is super exciting. So hopefully we can get there, and then I can start like linking you to my shop right in my videos. That'll be a lot of fun. And then of course I really want to get up to the 1,000 because being able to monetize the channel would be a really nice extra revenue stream when I'm already doing it basically. Although now that I think about it, I wonder if I can even like monetize a live stream. I think so, because they can ding you off of live stream if you've got like copyrighted music playing. Yes, I can monetize live streams. I was just thinking of like VTubers and stuff like that. Alright. This one still needs to be ironed. We will throw it under the iron once we're done sewing it, because why not? We're sitting here working, we may as well just keep chugging along. Alright, the zipper does need to be closed up a bit more though. Sweet. Okay. Go. Black. Oops. No, don't. I don't need you to go further off and mess up the frickin' stuff. There we go. And then we're gonna throw this underneath. There we go. Oh, I guess the one other thing I probably should have put on that like tag, since I'm not doing hang tags along with the this is, I should go in and say that it's hands like it's Japanese fabric. The like, yes, I forgot about that. Oops. Okay, well now that we got figured out, what I can do is I can go in and I can just like write that after it's done this and cut it. I'll just won't unload the mat yet. Okay. There we go. Cats. I can't remember what color we decided for the badger. I should actually probably go in and match elastic colors to what we're doing. These ones have been easy because they're all black. I feel like we decided, I feel like we decided on black for the badges as well, but I don't remember. Hello, phone. Hi. You decided to rejoin us, eh? Show on stream. Thank you. I'm going to turn it down a little bit more so you're looking more at the work, like, at the work location, I guess. Shimmy, shimmy. There we go. Alrighty. So now let's go in. I'm pretty sure all the ones back here are black. I think this one might be white. I know for sure there's a few that are white. I think. Okay. Let's get these like semi set up. What the heck? I thought I went in and trimmed all the threads. Apparently I have missed some. I actually missed some on a couple bags. It's like the stuff that's inside maybe. Okay. Doom, doom. Okay. Get all these sorted here. That one's going to be really fun with the Mount Fuji. And then... Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. If you were watching the stream the other day and you're like, Katie, these are all supposed to be black. Honestly, I could still cut black elastic, but I feel like some of these will definitely look better with white elastic. So, yeah, no. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you know or not. I think they should look better with white elastic. And since it's all about me right now, because I am on the internet monologuing at everyone and the maker, that's who we're going with. Oh, man, that sounds like I have a massive ego complex. That is not typically the case, but you know, if that's how you take it, awesome. Okay, I'm just going to double check that there's nothing in the actual cotton linen pile, because I don't think there is. At least, like, what I mean by that is nothing that I want to have white elastic with. No, 100% not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pieces of black elastic for like going around the actual planner. And then we've got this pile of white elastic. Okay, so we know that this Alice is going to be black for sure. I'm pretty sure the polar bears are supposed to be white. Pretty sure the cats are white, as are the multicolor cats. This Alice should be white. Fuji should be white. Yeah, Fuji's white because it's got the white clouds. And then, so that's the rest of these are... Okay, nope. The other Alice is supposed to be black. And this Alice, this, like, chibi Alice is supposed to be white. There we go. We're gonna win yet. And apparently I've got a couple spares. Really? I've got spare elastic. Okay, 1, 2... Oh, no. There we go. I still have spare elastic, but, you know, 3, 4, 5... 1... 2, 3. White for the polar bears or black for the polar bears? Let's do white for the polar bears. Okay, so there's 14 left of those, and then the rest of those are black elastic. Sweet. Okay. 14 pouches too, so... Alrighty, let's get these done. Done and dusted, and then I think what I'll do for the rest of the today, What am I going to do for the rest of today? Because these are not going to take that, well, they're going to take a bit, but they're not going to take that much time to do. Probably should go and do my photos. Which is not something I can really do on stream, because it's like, I have to concentrate, because it's all photo editing, basically, and that takes a different brain space than sewing. I don't know why. Sewing and talking is generally fine. Hasn't always been. There are some days where I'm like, ooh, I totally messed up because I was talking while I was sewing. But that doesn't happen very often. So we got a couple options. We could go in and cut the large box bags and their linings, which would be a good option actually. And then I could edit photos once kids are home from school and they're tired. Although tonight needs to be a tight, well, we can clean up tomorrow. Do have to do a load of dishes tonight. A couple loads of dishes tonight if I can get up the wherewithal to do it. I guess we'll find out. I don't know. We'll decide in a bit. I do just need to settle on something and do it. So I have a feeling it'll be cutting, like getting large box bags rolling. Because then, once large box bags are cut and done, I can sew them. And since we need a restock on large box bags, I think I have like 7 or 8 in the drawer right now, maybe. Like that's max numbers. That's the max number of large box bags I have right now. Yeah, I think there isn't very many more small box bags though either, so. And we need to go in and just basically prep them from what I already cut earlier, and then cut some more floral prints as well. So, since it's coming into spring, we need some more floral prints. Right? Right. No, I thought I said that there's like 14 more. There's only like 7 more, so I miscounted somewhere. I'll take it. I like having less work than I expect. Go. Slip this in here. Man, the Cricut, it's gonna look gorgeous, but it is slow. Holy crap. Oh well, it's gonna look amazing. There we go. Alright, we're just gonna like tick along here. Getting the elastics into the planner pouches. The Cricut, I finally figured it out here. I'm going to show this off again because I am very happy with how it came out. But this looks so much better. So, and the funny thing about this is that it was just a throwaway line in the video that I watched about setting up the third-party thing. I also figured out what the little white things in the box were for. It's actually the calibration thing, so that you don't constantly draw on your mats or your Cricut. And I'm like, oh, that would be good. Drop it down, you know, properly like in the holder. And that's actually writing with the pen that I wrote off last night of like, oh, this isn't going to work because it's wobbling in the holder. No, I just had to get it properly placed and screwed into the holder correctly. Also, if you ever need sitting cat confetti, please let me know, because I can now make cat confetti. I never even thought of it, but yeah, you can like, yeah, I pulled off the little cat that I had done as the cut for the very first one before I was like, oh wait, the cat tail doesn't work. And it was super cute. And I'm like, I have zero use for it, but I want like 600 of them. I want 600 of them. I do not need 600 of them. You know, or more. I don't know, millions, gajillions, something. But, the blah-de-blahs, the extra belly bands are good. Although I am going to go back in and have it right, like, made from Japanese fabrics on the other side. Once we're finished cutting, I can just get it to do that, I think. Hopefully. Or what I'll do is yes, I can do that because it writes first and then I can just stop it when it goes to cut it again. That works. Or just even take the blade out from the other casing so that if I miss it, it's not going to continue cutting or cut it again, because that would just score my Cricut mat, and the Cricut mats are not cheap. So it's insane though, because I bought this Cricut for like a very specific thing, and I've never actually sold the products that I originally intended to use the Cricut for, but I sure as heck have used it for a lot of other things that like it was never something that I planned to use it for. And using it for like custom belly bands is amazing because they aren't cheap to get, like, to do out of I guess out of studio, out of house production on them. So plus I get to customize them. I am really tempted to do some with like cherry blossoms on them, just because why not? Although I like the little paw print because it's like very on brand with the whole hang tags and stuff like that that I usually do. So it's a little quality control inspector stamp of approval. All right, I got 2 more of the cotton ones, and then we're going to go into the cotton linen, and then we'll work the rest of the magic. Oh, right, we're going to work on the cell phone bags today and get them done to, we will not get the webbing strap sewn in today, but we'll get the rest of it done. I think. I'm going to have to like go in and look up the, watch the tutorial again, but that is something we'll do because I did find them and I want to get them done for Shindig. And then I should make myself one because that's the whole point. The thing about it is, so the cell phone bags I'm talking about, it's kind of like an idea for by a maker for makers, because I tend to wear a lot of dresses to shows because that's what I'm comfortable wearing for the day usually. But lots of dresses, as we know, do not have pockets, and the one that does have pockets is no longer Fibre event friendly because it does a lot of things to my chest. Amazing for date night, not good for Fibre events. Or at least not the public persona that I want to be projecting. Anyway. But because I do wear a lot of dresses to events, they don't have pockets, blah blah blah. I was like, I want to have something that isn't an apron because that's also not the vibe I'm going for. So let's make this little cell phone bag, because why not? So now it's obviously really good for a lot of other folks as well. It's not just for makers, but I figured it was a good one for makers because then you can, like, if you want to You can put your like square in there, you can put your phone in there, you can have some pens, blah, 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 blah. It's really going to be versatile. There we go. That's why I like it. It's versatile. Multi-purpose makes. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to finish these, then we'll sew those, and then we'll reassess where we're at, because I don't know how long the cell phone bags will actually take. I don't know how long these are actually going to take to finish. These will not get the belly bands today. We'll deal with the belly bands later, because that's a whole nother kettle of fish pulling them off of the mats. So there's all the cotton ones done. Those tags are going to go in here because this is going to remain the like small box. But yeah, actually here, I'll show you the difference between the two because it's right here. So this is what it was looking like last night. Like, it works, but it's not very legible, especially this fits A5 and the website, especially when you compare it to this. So it's just so much like, the camera's the other direction, Katie. So it's a lot more legible and clearer, and I'm just much happier with it. And like I said, what it was is that, so this was done in regular style writing. I knew this was a writing font because otherwise Cricut just does like bubble letters. But these single line fonts, you have to also go in and change it to writing style. So this style is regular, which makes it look like it's slightly offset, at least when I'm looking at it on my end. The camera's obviously not going to like focus on it. And then this is actually writing style, which is way more legible, and I am happy with it now. And then what I'm going to do after this is finished cutting, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to just write that they're handmade from Japanese fabrics, because otherwise it's just kind of, again, trying to get as much information in as short a period of time to people so that like you get a little bit of the story when I'm not there to sell them myself. So the main like thrust of getting these done was so that I can package up the ones that go out to like stores and such, and then I'll also package the ones that are shows, because then like I find the more information you can provide people, the more likely the sales are to happen, because they don't have to ask questions, or at least for most crafters. I am more than happy to talk about stuff, but I also understand how daunting it can be to like approach people to ask them about stuff. So if I'm able to provide them at least the gist of the information before they even approach anything, or as they approach stuff, I find it's better. Takes away a little bit of that like, oh, of course, sort of feel like, just kind of sometimes meh feeling of having to ask what something's for. So I try to mitigate that as much as possible. All right. I can't remember how many. There's not very many of these. 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 11 total. Sweet. So yeah, we're not going to be too long, and then we've got to basically turn all of them, and we'll do the fold over elastic to finish them. There we go. It's over there cutting. It's exciting. Now, are there easier ways to do the belly bands? I actually don't know. I don't think there would be, to be honest. At least I can't think of anything that would be easier. By the way, when I say that, like, custom belly bands, if you were to go out of house or like in-house versus not in-house printing, and they're expensive, that is not a complaint about the fact that they are actually expensive. They're a lot of work. Like doing this myself was a lot of work last night. What did we spend? Like an hour and a half figuring it out. So I'm not saying that they're not worth the cost. I'm just saying, I guess more what I'm saying is it's not within my budget right now to consider it. So, and I have the skills and the machinery to be able to actually do the custom belly bands. If I didn't have the Cricut, no, it wouldn't be happening. So those are also factors when I talk about cost. Is usually if I'm talking about it being expensive to do out of house production, it's just because it's not within my budget, not because it's not worth it. And if you can afford it, or it's not something you want to do and you can afford it, or it's just not something you want to do and you want to have someone else do it, go for it. So, those are Katie's Monday words of wisdom. Just do it. Sounds like Nike. I'm not affiliated with Nike. I actually do run in Brooks shoes versus Nike shoes. Actually, my favorite shoes were Hoka's, but they drastically changed something between like the 2 sets of shoes I got and the second set. Just were not doing it for me. So, oh well. That's too far. Zip. There we go. Okay. 9 left. 9 left. 9 left. I do have another super cute little scrap project that I found a pattern for on Etsy yesterday. So we're going to cut that out later and we'll try that out. Just to change it up a little bit. It's like a little swoop pouch, which is super cute. It's got a zipper and a front pocket, which is also like nice. And the front pocket snaps down. I did also get and cut the accordion pouch that I've decided is going to be the make for the accordion pouches. Hopefully, I have to sew a prototype of it and just make sure. But looking at the paper pattern, I think we're okay. All right, the Cricut is done, so I am going to shimmy this stuff, and we're going to add in that last thing for the pen, because while it's still in the machine, don't unload. No, I think we're okay. Okay, so we're going to cancel this one, and then we're going to go in and we're going to add a little bit more text. Handmade from Japanese fabrics. From Japanese fabric, because it's only one fabric. Then we're going to go here, and we're going to go here, and it is this one. And we're going to change the style to writing. That is such an annoying thing that it is so easy to get that. I just realized maybe, yeah, there we go. I just made it 2 lines instead of 1. The width needs to be down to like 3 inches, I think. Oh, right, and the height has to be ridiculously small because otherwise it freaks out. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, and then we're going to go in and we're going to do that, and we're going to align it center vertically. Sweet. Okay, and then we're going to make that a separate color, because then it'll tell me when it, like it'll prompt me to change stuff. There we go. Make. This should work, hopefully. Maybe. I guess we'll find out. You're gonna find out with me. It's not like we didn't mess it up last night, so. Although connecting to the computer, it is really slow. I'm remember it being this slow gain onto the phone, but at the same time, it is like using the Cricut design space is so much easier on the computer than it is on the phone. I saw someone describe it the other day, and it's so true. It's like we can distinguish what is typically easier on the small internet, i.e. our phone, and what is easier on the big internet, i.e. the laptop or computer or whatever. And it's so true. And I'm like, why is that like one of the most true statements I've read recently? All right, there we go. Why is it taking so long? Okay, but this is actually taking really long. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, edit project details, cancel. No, okay, I gotta close it. I just realized I probably didn't save that. Oh my goodness, let's fumble around with Cricut again. Again, okay, so Cricut, like, the joke always is like tech works really well when it works. But seriously, Cricut can be a difficult entity of its own to deal with. Like right now, I've got this Wheel of Doom, and there's no reason to have the Wheel of Doom. I do not understand why I have the Wheel of Doom. Okay, well, let's force quit canvas, and let's try this again. Quit. Get out of here. Oh yeah, no, it is not happy at all. All right, let's try that again. Alright, you're good. Let me get to my stuff, please. There we go. Okay, I don't know why it was such a... Okay, customize. Alright, we're back to add the text. Handmade from Japan... Oh, yeah, and then space. Or return Japanese fabric. Okay, and then we're going to change the font. Ding. And then we're going to change it to writing, and then we're going to make it smaller. This will be like 0.6, and then we're going to change the color to like red. There we go. It doesn't matter what color it is, because it's just telling the, what it's doing is it's telling the, oh my goodness, what is it telling anything? It is telling the machine that this is different. There we go. Now save, and then when I go back in to do it again, I will actually just attach it and it'll be there already. I just realized I want it closer to the paw though, because then we've got enough space to actually tape it on the other side. Them's the words. Okay, cool. I know it's saved. Now I want to make it. Thank you. Nope, it has to be attached. Okay, because otherwise it doesn't actually... Oh, there we go. But I can attach it and still leave it a different color, and then it'll still cue me that the next step is ready. Okay, that works, I think. Make. Right? Sure. How many did I have? 15? Yep. Okay, and then the one at the 12 line needs to come down and go down at the bottom. That's how we split it, just so that it wasn't there. And then what I'm going to do when I push the button is I am going to okay, apparently it's only 14. Yeah, there we go. Okay, still the same thing though. I need to bring the one down, and then we're going to go in and we're going to, what am I doing? Oh, right. When I hit the go button, I'm going to tell it to, I'm going to take the just realized, let's actually just do, we'll write that in by hand. Okay, I'm gonna go do some new paper, and then it can run in the background again, and I'll go grab them. Let me just mute my mic so that, you know, you don't hear me banging around. All right, so I don't know what that actually looked like in the background, but you know. We're back. So they turned out really, really, really well, but the pen is really light. So I'm just experimenting with one right now to see. I think the pen got pushed up, so maybe it wasn't like attached correctly or something. Who knows? If this one isn't dark enough, then we'll go back to the Sharpie. They work. It might need to be that the, like, so the website and the Fits A5 notebooks lines turned out really well. So that tells me that maybe that needs to be that, and then maybe the planner pouch bit in the middle needs to be bolder in a Sharpie or something like that. So we're gonna experiment with this one instead of committing to like 15 and then it messing up. Which is wild, because the first one that I made over here with this looks fine. It wasn't as light. So I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a minute. Learning curves. And this is why it's like out of house production, out of studio production is takes money. It's also why I was so like, I want to make sure that this actually is able to do it. Which obviously it is, but yeah. Okay. The other ones are fine. I am going to use them. I'm not worried about it. But it is interesting that it got lighter. Maybe, like I said, I think it maybe just got shifted or something. So it's been, I've dropped it back down onto the little like calibrator, and just we'll go from there. I do like it for the side bits, but I do want it, like, I want the planner pouch portion bolder. So I do think that that might end up being what I do, is that if this continues to be really light over the whole thing, then I will just swap the pen. Whatever, not a big deal. As long as the Sharpie isn't too much at the same time. So I think we'll see how this one turns out, and then we'll make adjustments from there again. Much, much better than it was last night though, so still pretty happy with how it came together. I just wish it was darker. Because this pen like has, well, okay, it's a gel pen, so it shouldn't dry out. And from what I can tell, it's got a lot of ink in it, so I don't know. Maybe it hit a dry pocket or something. I should retry the Bic pen because I think that was still one of the better ones, but it didn't have enough, it didn't put down enough ink, I don't think either, so. Right. Still working over there, so that's good. It's not jammed, so that's also a win. Although I think the only time I've really jammed it is when I've been trying to cut that fabric that wasn't very well adhered. If I had to do a purchase of a Cricut again, or if and when I want to replace this one, I will be going to the maker or a Silhouette. I'm not 100% sure yet, so. Mostly to the maker because it actually has a rotary cutter, is what I'm thinking, and the Silhouette also has a rotary cutter. So those, like, that would be a big benefit for actually trimming fabric. I don't think you even have to interface fabric to put it underneath in the maker. Although most of the time I would still interface it anyway because it just feels like it would be more stable. Okay, we're gonna do the owls, and then we will go check on that because it did finish. And we'll see. Okay. Owls, owls, owls. I'm excited for the owls. There we go. Yeah, there's another gorgeous day, and now that's mid-March, it's like, all right, bring on the good, nice weather. I would totally take some more spring snow, because we desperately need it. But otherwise, I'm like, I could deal with these temperatures. I'm itching to run outside, so that's the main reason that I'm like, yes, warm weather. Okay, let me mute the mic again. We'll be back. Okay, so that's totally what happened, is actually the pen dried out. So this was the very, and I can't tell why, because there's definitely ink in there, but I think it's like, it's just dried out. So this was the original one that I did that I was like, yeah, this looks awesome, right? And then this is the new ones that like it's fine, but it's not as good of like lay down as that one that is like, okay, this is what we're going to commit to cut. There we go, to write and cut. So right now we're working with a Sharpie. We'll see. Part of why I decided that is because I took it and I was, what I was doing was I was like, yeah, you can actually see it run out right there. So this was the start, and then it went up and it ran out like as I was doodling with it to see if that's what the problem was. So I give up some days. We'll see what happens here. It looks like it's probably working. Again, the whole point of like trying out these different pens instead of going with the Cricut pens is the Cricut pens, I have to purchase like a full pack of Cricut pens. I can't just purchase a thin or a fine marker, which if I could just do that, I wouldn't be experimenting with these different pens. But they don't do that. You have to buy like a massive like $50 pack, and you'll use like, I'll use 2 of them out of it because no. Anyway, I just need black markers. So that's part of why we're experimenting with the third-party pens and the adapter and all of that. So it's obviously not a problem with the adapter. It looks like it's just a problem with the pen. We'll see what the Sharpie does. If the Sharpie isn't satisfactory, I will just have to go buy some new of the Sarasa pens, I guess. I don't know. Or I'll have to go do a better hunt maybe for a Uniball, which is my preferred ones that I write with anyway when I go on lunch break. I'm pretty sure I've got like a whole, like, I'm such a stationery hoarder. I barely use pens anymore. And it's like, but I'm such a hoarder of pens that I'm pretty sure I've still got some from the last time I bought pens. So I would prefer to find something that I already have, as long as they're still, like, as long as their ink hasn't dried out either. Okay, well, I guess we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. But yeah, this is the latest adventure, is trying to get the Cricut to write. Or get my pens to write, apparently. It's not even the Cricut. The Cricut is doing fine now that we figured out how to style it. It's the frickin' pens. Oh well. At least the actual pencil pouches are coming together smoothly. That's always a win in my books, is when the sewing is going smoothly. And we're actually nearly done. The top part of this. Go. Ooh, no, don't pull the surge bar off, please. Thank you. Ooh, no, it's like, I am going to. What are you actually on that you're pulling off stuff? Huh. Oh, wait. Hooked on the actual lamp. Okay. And the lamp cord. Need to figure out a way to, like, I need to put an extension cord for my light above my head, I think. Yes. The light shouldn't be plugged into the surge bar, but I could run an extension cord from the other plug that's down here. Maybe. And then I could do the things. Probably. Maybe. Because if I could throw the surge bar on the floor, not throw it on, but put it on the floor or the back of the machine, then it wouldn't be as big a deal when I'm chain piecing. Because the bags wouldn't be going over the edge onto the cords that are running behind the machine. That's what that adjustment would help with. Okay, I should have... Oh, I should have moved that one before I piled everything on top of it. I think there's one more hidden under here, but maybe not. Yes, there it is. It's the cupboard cats. Needs to be done. So I got 2 more. And then we'll take this off the machine, and then we'll grab the stuff out of the Cricut and see how it's doing. And then we'll go from there. Dun dun dun. Boom. And bam. There we go. Okay. So there is the last two that we need. So we got a little extra elastic and a few extra tags, but that's okay. Always use tags. And then what time is it? It's 11. So daylight savings has definitely, it's not just that it messed with like our wake up time today, but like it only feels like 10 because it is only 10. And I'm just like, no. I really dislike the older I've gotten, the more I dislike daylight savings time. It's like I would be fine with it in some ways if we just stayed on summertime. So like current time, the spring ahead time. Because like, although it was really dark when we got up this morning, which sucked. But I like having the like really bright evenings because I'm a night person anyway. So like my energy is better connected to the evenings. Always has been. It's not just a thing. Anyway. But yeah, the part of the daylight savings right now that sucks is because it's like what the second day is. It feels like it should be 10 o'clock because it is 10 o'clock. But the clocks all say 11. So everything's just out of whack. As you would expect. It's like very tiny jet lag, but it's the worst kind of jet lag, I guess. Much prefer to get jet lag from actually traveling versus like the arbitrary artificial move of time. That sounds so like not nihilistic, but like I don't know how I would describe that, but not how I want it to sound or to come off sounding. I'm gonna say nihilistic, but that's not it either. Nihilism would be a little more depressing. Typically. Snooty? Snooty. Just sounds snooty, and that was not the tone I was going for. Alrighty, here are so we've got like half the interior seams done. Now we gotta trim down all the zippers. I just realized we probably need to pull all the zippers open actually to get these turned as well. We're going to pull the sheet from the Cricut and see if we've won the battle with the pen yet. We've won the battle with the Cricut. Now we gotta win the battle with the pen. And I don't want the Sharpie drying out while it's sitting there, so I don't want to leave it too long either. Doom, da-doom, doom, doom. Almost there. Go. Trim up all of these. So these are all chain pieced, it's called. It's a hack that I stole from quilting, which basically means you just sew over everything and then trim them down like this. The main thing being that does actually save you time overall typically, and it saves you a actual metric crap ton of thread. Alright, let's go back to the Cricut and see if it worked. Okay, I think I can pretty much tell you with full certainty that that is not going to work. They are my favorite pen to write with, but it's like wobbling in the actual like inset thing, so it's just not going to work. The Sharpie is okay, but again, it makes it really difficult to read this section here. Fits A5 notebooks versus what you're able to read with. So this Sarasa is still the best pen. I think all that's happened is that it is like dried out. So we'll go get some more of this one, because like that is a lot more legible than the Sharpie even. And then this, I think, like, because it's wobbling in the inset thing, I'm still going to use the Sharpie one. It's good enough that I'm not going to waste it. But we are going to have to go get some new pens, and that's fine. We're going to accomplish exactly what I set out to do, which is A, get the Cricut to do the work, which is awesome, and B, get the get away from the Cricut pens. And even at this point, I've already got half of these cut, so like that's a win here as well. Okay, I'm gonna bring the thread catcher over. Yeah, it's supposed to hang, but honestly, I am far more comfortable in my chair right now with my leg up, so we're just gonna trim all these zippers down into it like this. Now I think I have to reach in and actually get this to like that, and then we'll turn this way. Okay, I don't need to open the zipper until after we've done this first turn. Poke out the edges here. I could use my corner poker. Oof, pork. What the hell? Where'd that come from? Anyway, but apparently we're not going to use it for this one. Whatever. I'm going to re-zip that a little bit because it does need to actually be. We need to go. What do we need to do? We need to go one step further, and this needs to be this way. Exterior out. There we go. Alright, because I'm like, when do I actually need to trim the second zipper piece? And I think it's... yeah, it's now. Or no, we can do one more seam. Okay, so we're going to prep all of these like this, and then they're all going to go under. Then I trim it down, and then we add the binding. Okay, sweet. So we just need to trim. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to trim the top zippers now, and then we'll go in and do the rest of the work afterwards. All the turning and everything like that. But there's no point in stopping the trimming right now and putting down my scissors and blah, blah, blah. This is part of the production line, assembly line sort of style of work, is that, like, don't put the scissors down, pick them back up, and then like continually shift your focus sort of thing. The Cricut is done. Oh, no, it's not. It's still going. Never mind. Oh, it hasn't even finished with the pen yet. All right. Oh, there. Now it's cutting. Does sound very different. Oh, it was cutting the little paw print probably. That's why it was like and then yeah, makes sense. Okay, trim these down, trim these down, trim these down, and then we can go check to see how that turned out, because like I said, I'm pretty sure that pen was all warbly. That needs to be restitched up at the top there because it didn't catch the lining very well. Because I should actually be checking that on these, because I know that it caught the exteriors, because that's the direction I was sewing from. But interiors could be a completely different matter. Looks like most of them got caught though. Alright, just about through, trimming the zippers. And I'll go back to the Cricut. There's got to be a better way. Although I guess I'm doing two different tasks right now, so it makes sense. They're in two different work zones and work head spaces too. Okay, there's all those zippers trimmed. We need to roll over Alice again here. Pop that there for now because we're going to have more in a minute. There. Okay. BRB. Let me double check this. Okay, that should be the last of it for a little bit. I went back to the Sarasa because it is still the best pen so far. We'll see if like holding it or having put it upside down in the bin for a little bit helps move the ink down, because this is not it. Nice thin lines and everything like that, but because it was like wobbling in the holder, which it does not look like the Sarasa is. Sorry, I was just observing it. This is not it. Alrighty, some coffee time. Alright, so this is ready to be stitched. This needs to be turned. So what we're going to do is we're just going to like completely ignore everything. Turn it this way, and then we'll open it. Actually, I guess we should... Oh no, I can open it once I've turned it this direction. That's fine. There we go. Like that. Okay, and then I'll finesse the corners when we actually go to turn it out correctly. So, or turn it out to face out, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. Ba-ba-bum. Pull this way. Because realistically, this being warbly up here shouldn't affect... I'll turn it out a little bit nicer, just in case it does actually affect the finish on the bottom. I don't think it should, but you know what? Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened today. Well, not really. Was it 12 strange things before breakfast? Oh, that was... Oh man, we have a squirrel on our back fence. I don't know if I haven't seen a squirrel in our yards in a really long time. Now, we did used to live in a new neighborhood. This house is about 6 months older than our other house. But this neighborhood that we're in is actually better established than our old neighborhood. So it makes sense that there would be like a squirrel population here versus where we used to live, I guess. I don't know, still kind of cool. Just, I looked out and it's like skittering across the top of our fence, which is, yeah, new. I think we just started getting squirrels at our old house, actually. Just before we moved. Hopefully Flynn saw that and it made him happy. Upstairs chattering at it, hopefully. Oh, no, never mind. He might be downstairs chattering at it here in a moment. Do not jump up with that machine. You just see him sitting on the mat and getting it jammed. Oh, no, it didn't get caught. Okay. Need to go back over this one here quick. The lining fabric didn't get caught on this Alice here on the back. Right, I need to be paying better attention to that before I turn them. Hey, sweet pea. Okay. Pop it back under. Stitch it again. Okay. Now we're good. Now we'll turn it back again. Zip like this. Now all of these are getting finished with a white fold over elastic, mostly because having one color of elastic is a lot less money out, basically, when you're starting a new product. And I like the fold over elastic for binding. I cannot take credit for that. I actually found out about using fold over elastic for binding from LB Tree. She does a lot of bag making as well. Well, she is a bag maker. There we go. There. Okay, the Cricut is done again, so let me go grab it again. Okay, so the pen was not set for that one, but it did look like it laid down the ink better. So I think we're just gonna, as long as it's not warbly like that last one, we're just gonna stick with this pen for now and hope I don't have to change it for a while, because apparently that can be an issue. Alright. But that's okay, we'll get there. But yeah, basically I'll probably just leave it in the adapter now until it's like time to actually change the pen out. But yeah, the ink layer down was better, and if it's actually settled into the thing better, it should write better as well. But yeah, it's just kind of like got that shadow kind of effect again. And like it's still definitely clearer than the Sharpies and everything like that, but like you can tell that it wasn't perfectly aligned. Hello phone, you are not being happy about focusing on stuff today. Anyway, I can see it. It's not quite aligned. Still, it'll be a backup one. That one I'm not as happy with about putting onto a product, but we'll keep it as a backup in those cases of like I am short one, and I don't feel like throwing fabric or not fabric, paper in the Cricut right now. Anyway, I cranked it down really tight on this one, so hopefully it just behaves itself. And actually, yeah, even looking at it right now, it looks better. Oh, Flynn's settled underneath the table, all like, a new spot to sleep because you moved all your stuff out from under here. Actually, I don't even, there's stuff in these bins and I don't know what's in the bins. I see, and I also see some like handles for bags that I was planning to make, so that's good. I approve of that at least. But now I'm like looking at it like, oh no, I think these are the whip bins that like I need to be looking at for the next couple shows. Oh well. Okay, there we go. And for some reason, one side of that zipper got cut off and not the other. So let's trim that down right now. There we go. We got like 3/4 of the way cut, not all the way cut, which is wild. Well, thank you for coming on this journey with the Cricut of like what's actually going to work and how does it work, and yeah, when does it not work? Again, it's one of those situations. It's awesome when it works really well. Not so fun when it's like you're trying to figure stuff out sometimes. It's almost done. It's just gotta cut. Sounds like it needs a little bit of oil. It's like little roller wheels sound a little bit distressed. It's cutting. There we go. Okay, let's go grab it again and check, and then if it's good, I'm just gonna put 2 pages on and we'll cut as many as we can, and then that should actually set us up. Well, that'll set us up for all of these. So I guess we'll need to cut a few more because I want to add them to the planner pouches I currently have and have like distributed. Okay, let's go double check. Back and forth. Okay, done. Good enough. I am done messing around with it for today. That doesn't mean that that's what we're settled on for the rest of time, but for now, we are good. So I'm doing another full set right now of 2 sheets of, like, it's basically scrapbooking paper. Nice big pads from Michael's, because I'm like, yeah, whatever. Pretty paper. And then we'll go through and pull them from the mats later. I'm not even going to pull them from the mats right now, because it's like, let's get the sewing done instead. Because the belly bands should make sales, but not having product means there's no sales. So let's get some product sewing now. Zippity zip zip time. All right. Just gotta go through and, like, oh, this one I missed the actual tag on, so we're gonna throw a tag in there. It can still be put down at the bottom. It's just annoying. It's more work to put it down at the bottom. And cotton linen ones do not work. This is cotton. Probably stab myself on the pin, but that will actually remind me better that it needs its tag installed. Part of why I don't want to install them all on this second end. Oh, yeah, because there's one missing from here too. Lovely. Katie. Anyway, is because we have to, like, I'm going to sew it and we're going to do the binding. So it's like, where do I put it? And so it's going to be kind of stuffed in underneath the binding. But I'm also not going to go in and seam rip because these seams are very good. Oh yeah, we need to throw another tag with this one. And then actually we're going to set it aside so I don't stab myself too badly, because that still sucks. Okay, so those 2 need to be set here. They get some special treatment here when we go to actually sew these. All right. Oops, no. We want to turn it to the interior, not the exterior. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Like that. Alright. This is definitely the monotonous part of this. These pouches. Hey, Mr. Flynn. What you up to? Dahlia's over on her heated blanket, so that's good. Flynn was sleeping under the Cricut, but he's like, I'm done. Hi. I just remembered one of the recipes we should do this week. It's I think it's a vegan dish. It's definitely vegetarian, but it's like portobello taco bowls. So you swap out the meat for portobellos, and it is delicious. And I had forgotten about it until, like, I was just thinking about what we should get for groceries this week, and I'm like, wait, that used to be absolutely delicious. That's one of those ones. It popped up with, it's a tasty recipe, and it popped up for meal prep, and so we used to do it for meal prep, and it did actually do really well. It reheats really well. And what brought that about is I'm like, we've got a bunch of cans of black beans. We should do stuff with our black beans this week. There we go. That'll be delicious. Colorful veggies. And honestly, it probably doesn't even need to be done with portobellos. You probably could do it with, like, regular mushrooms, and then just, like, as long as you're using the spices, who cares? The portobellos are just nice and big, I guess. So, but yeah. And then actually, and then the protein for it was not, obviously, the portobellos. I don't I don't know how much protein mushrooms actually have, but you would, the suggested in the recipe to like put under it as a bed was quinoa. And so it was basically like a taco bowl more than or portobello fajita bowl with quinoa, I think would probably be the best description of it. Vegetarian, not vegan. It had cheese in it. That's right. Like I said vegan at the beginning, and I was like, wait, that doesn't feel right. But I can't quite put my finger on why it doesn't feel right. But yeah, they do actually suggest cheese for it. Now, obviously, if you're vegan and you want to swap out the cheese for like vegan cheese, super easy swap. But also totally gluten-free recipe as well, if you have dietary restrictions. We're almost there. These are supposed to be like a quick project, but apparently this week they are going to add the most amount of work over anything else I make. Oh well, the belly bands are a really good idea. It's just annoying that they've taken so much fussing for something that I was like, oh, this will be a fairly simple project. No, apparently not. Although it has, I've learned a lot, so there is that. It was a huge learning opportunity, apparently, which sometimes you need. Keep myself mentally engaged. I will say that I do find that that's probably one of the things that has dropped off the most since having kids is like the brain space to be like intellectually engaged and stuff is generally not there. And that's fine. I get it. It is coming back, which is kind of, I think it's coming back. At least I'm telling myself it's coming back right now. But like it has definitely shifted, which is very interesting. There. I think we talk a lot more too about like pregnancy versus mom brain and like just how long it sticks around afterwards, or that it shifts into mom brain instead of more like, you always think of like pregnancy brain fog and things. At least that's what I think of. And then, but you don't really like hear a lot of discussion about mom brain, I don't think. I think it is coming more into the discourse now. But yeah. The things you don't get told before kids, I guess. Excuse me. Alrighty, here we go. Let's get these basted, basically is what we're doing right now, so that everything's like nice and together and ready to go for the binding. Because we'll baste them, and then the fold over binding goes on like a bias tape binding. All right, and then we're going to line up both of these, and we're actually going to open that, and then we're going to make sure that this elastic on the back is not like twisted, because that would be really, 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 really annoying to pick out. Okay, and then what we're going to do, and this is why I don't like doing it on this end, but it's how it has to be done, is we're going to throw this in here, and then we'll have to catch it again with the binding. But hey, there's a tag in there, and that's what counts, right? So. Alright, next. And actually I am going to turn the stitch length up just so they go together a little bit faster, because the binding will be the actual finisher. Boom, boom. The elastic is larger than the pouch so that it's got like the ability to stretch. And in this case, the crabs apparently are not as long as the interior. So we will justify the seam to the crabs, since they're the star of the show. Make sure that this is in. There we go. All right. Next. I should have been doing a better job of fussing with these originally, but oh well. Zip, 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 zip. Good. I think. better, kind of. And then push the elastic in to there, to there, to there. There we go. Sweet. And then some of these are just like, I'm just gonna lay here and I will be fine. And I will be like ready to be sewn. And it's like, yay, I like you. Some fabric definitely has more of a mind of its own than others. Yes, these are technically basting stitches, but I am still going to do a front and back stitch because, you know, I always talk about it, but it's always better to have that done than not. Not. And then we will go in and we're going to have to trim all of these down for the fold over elastic. Zippers, seam allowances, etc. So because the fold over elastic is not as large as my seam allowances. It's just how it works. I really wish I could get more of this grumpy owl fabric. They had this like this style of sketchy fabric for a really long time. I had budgies, I had owls. There's something else I had too, but obviously it's been 8 years and the style has shifted. I'm kind of sad because it's such good fabric, but my goodness, it's been 8 years. That's like, when? How does that happen? No, the top needs to be stitched here again too. It's like mostly caught. Okay, so that's got special attention it needs. So we'll deal with that later. I will admit that one of my big hesitations about actually having kids, and this sounds really dumb, but it's true because friends had kids. It's just like, then you're tracking your life in their years. And it's like, holy, it just goes so fast. And not that it ages you, but it definitely like it doesn't consciously age you, but it doesn't not age you. That's not the right concept. And it's not even like I feel my age. It's just, I guess, a hammering home of time passing. There we go. Whereas before it's like, oh yeah, time's passing, but like I could kind of ignore it. That could also just be the age I'm at too. Who knows? I'm not blaming the kids for that, but well, I'm not blaming the kids for anything. These aren't their problems. Alrighty, we're already getting there pretty good, which I'm excited about because I am getting hungry. At least the good thing is that it's 11:45 already, so that means it is almost lunchtime, even though it's still only 11. So apparently my stomach did a good adjustment this year. Although I have to decide what I'm having for lunch because I don't have anything like fast and easy to stuff in my mouth today, so. Oh, the things I never thought I would say on the internet. Although maybe some like instant noodles would be really good. Like Ichiban. Although that's something that I should eat right before I go for my run versus like for lunch and then sitting on it. Could eat half of it. But cold Ichiban is not where it's at. So what should I have for lunch? I'm going to have a bagel. Well, it's pretty high carb too, but it's also a lot easier to eat. Bagel? Muffins. Bagel, I can add cream cheese on it. That's good fats and protein. Very satisfying. And fast. So I wanted to have these done by lunch, but apparently the Cricut had other plans for me today. Well, I had other plans, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who delayed me there. It's totally me. Did I have to do planner pouch packaging today? Not really. Although yes, at the same time. It needed to happen, so I don't know. We'll blame both. We'll blame the pen actually in the Cricut. Because it was so good at the beginning, and then it was like, nah, I'm not gonna work. And it's like, really? Why you do this to me? If you haven't heard me reference that before, that was Gonger from, well, if this is Andrea, I know that you've heard me reference Gonger from the foodie truck before. With someone else, Cookie Monster and Gonger. Cookie Monster from Sesame Street has the foodie truck, and his companion is called Gonger, but Cookie Monster consistently eats the stuff in the foodie truck. And I promised I was going to put some of those episodes in the playlist, and I have yet to do it, so I will do that after I get off today. But anyway, one of the lines that Gonger says consistently, because Cookie Monster will eat like a key ingredient, is, why you do this to me? And it makes me giggle. And it's what pops it into my head when it's like I've got a delay that's like kind of out of my control and not at the same time. Completely within my control. This whole debacle with the Cricut pen has not been completely in my control. That definitely, like I said, had a learning curve this week. So, in the last 2 days. Because when did I actually think about doing? I think I just sprouted the idea of belly bands. What, like 2 days ago? 2 nights ago? It hasn't even been like a full 48 hours yet. So, considering that, A, it's been a big learning curve, and B, a fairly fast turnaround time for something that I had an idea for. Because most of the time, I have an idea, and then it takes me like 8 months to get to it. 6. I'm on 6 right now for the embroidery bag. Not quite, 5.5. End of March will be 6 months for the embroidery bag, which is the next thing that we need to work on. So, well, not today, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 1, 2, 3, and 1 to fix. So 14 more right now. Okay, we're fixing the Frenchies after we get all the elastic sewn and I turn the stitch length back down. Bum, bum. Yeah, bagel. I'm thinking more on what I want to eat, and a bagel will be tasty. Oh well, at least, like I said last night, and I keep reiterating it probably today as well, and I probably will keep talking about it, is that at least the sewing is going smooth. It would suck if everything was just kind of like meh and refusing to work today. Some days that is how it goes. It's like, really? Why are you fighting me? And everything just kind of shrugs its shoulders and goes, because we can. And then I shake my fist at the sky, like old Simpson, and go on with my day and try to figure out what else I can do that won't hopefully cause disaster for various parts and sundries. Okay, we are going to finish off these edges, and then I'm going to go get lunch because I am getting really hungry, especially now that I decided what I'm going to eat. And then I'll come back down and we will do the other things, the things and the other things, and then the other things. I.e., I'll come back down and we'll trim everything up, and then we'll put in and then we'll bind all of these edges. And then everyone will be happy because it'll be done. I will be the happiest because I will be done this section of small stuff. Small stuff is important, but it has taken a while. Oh, and we need to do the closing seams on the notions pouches. That might be also important. I was like, the notions pouches are ready to go, but they're not fully ready to go because I haven't done that yet. Well, I'll get it done. It'll all happen eventually. Just would prefer it to happen before I start the insanity that is April. Now, granted, we will be sewing a lot in April as well, so I don't know. We'll figure it out. Dun dun dun. But we definitely need those notions pouches done and dusted so that they're off my table. Get them off the table. 7 more. 7, I think. Oh, do I keep miscounting? I must, because we have not sewn 9. What is going on? Are they disappearing into like some sort of like alternate universe or something? Well, I guess we have like, okay, I said we haven't sewn 9, but we also haven't sewn 7 either. So there's still like 6 in there. So we have not sewn 8 right now. Whatever. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? Just chug along and get it done. Also, I was knitting a sweater, or I am knitting a sweater for my youngest, and I have totally misplaced the sweater. I had it in the truck when I went to pick up Dallas a couple weeks ago, so I think it's still in the truck. But I'm kind of too scared to look in case I've actually like properly lost it right now. But I need to get it and get it knitted because it's going to be like the perfect spring sweater. And if I don't finish knitting it right now, they're just going to grow out of it. So I need to find it. Also, because my eldest keeps going, are you making me a sweater? Are you making me a sweater? These are the yarns that you're going to use for my sweater, right? And it's like, yes, I've already, you know that. But I realized that my eldest got some stuff knit for them. But of course, they grow so fast in that couple of years, it's hard to just like, well, to justify it and to keep up, to be honest. Especially when there's 2 of them. But my youngest hasn't had anything like purpose knit for them except for their blanket, basically. And so I was feeling bad about it. I'm like, okay, let's get them. We're gonna knit theirs first, and then we'll knit the eldest's because of that reason. So. All right, next time I do a Cricut cut, by the way, I need to actually time it because this is taking a really long time for that thing to do all of it. Probably should also do a status check and make sure that's actually like the pen's still working, because there's absolutely no point in it running if the pen's not working. So, great. 3 more, and then it's lunchtime. Probably one of the most exciting things of the day for now. Ding. Ding. Ding, ding, ding. Alright, this one's getting a pleat because apparently there's a little bit too much fabric in the back here. But if we pleat it, it will look pretty. Why'd you sew fine on the other side and then you're like freaking out on this side because there's too much fabric? I don't get it. I don't get it. There we go. Pleated. And actually properly pleated. It looks like a yoke pleat from a men's dress shirt. Zoom! Thankfully my sewing machine can handle that many layers and will be able to also still handle the fold over elastic. It would suck if it couldn't. Okay. Go. Get in there, elastic. Can you actually hear the Cricut in the background? It's like showing up on my mic, so I'm going to assume that you can. Although that's kind of hilarious. The gentle hum of the Cricut in the background. Or not, the not so gentle hum of the Cricut in the background. Not like the sewing machine is any better. It's definitely louder than the Cricut since the mic is closer to it. But, you know, it is kind of funny. I do know that lots of people actually do talk about the silhouette. So the silhouette cameos, which are another like one of the big cutting machine manufacturers. They apparently are significantly quieter than the Cricut, which like is not a big concern because I work downstairs, but like I know that the Cricut and like these cutting machines are a lot of entrepreneurs' ways of introducing, like that's what they do. Like they do vinyl cuts and blah 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 whatever. But a lot of them are also like new mums or something like that, and or noise sensitivities and everything like that. I could see like if your kiddo is like super sensitive to noises, that having this humming in the background while they're sleeping, because let's be honest, that's when most moms are making stuff, would be too much if they're like super sensitive to sound. Okay, this one's getting like a little pinch in too. There we go. Now I gotta go in and re-sew the top of this Frenchy one. So what will happen after lunch now is I'm going to trim off the zipper here, and then we'll do the binding, and then they'll be done. Well, they'll need to be turned back out from that, but you know, close enough. Like they'll be 97.6% done, or however much you want to. I don't know. I don't know what the actual percentage would be. That is a number I pulled out of my butt, but it's probably pretty accurate, to be honest. 97.6%. It's very exact. There we go. Now we are going to trim this one down because that is a lot of fabric to be on that top fold up there. And then we're gonna pull it out from here. And I am not changing my stitch length for this one because it's just one. I just changed it for the others because there was a lot and because it's going to get stitched again. Basically just a basting stitch is fine. This obviously is going to get stitched again as well. However, so I'm not changing the stitch length because nanner boo boo. I don't know. Just don't feel like it. It really doesn't matter. Okay, there we go. And across. Not that you would be able to tell the difference. I doubt you can see that amount of detail even on the camera when I'm sewing. I don't know. I'm paying attention to my fingers to make sure they don't get like sewn over. So, okay, sweet. We are at the point where I'm going to go grab lunch. The Cricut is still cutting. I'm going to do a double check on it. Oh yeah, I can see it's still writing. Like, and that it's written. The pen isn't running out yet. So I should be back by like 12:30 at the latest. So I'll chat with you in a few minutes. All right. Sorry. Oof, right? I forgot about that. Let's actually make sure that that is muted, maybe. Oops. I know I hit a couple buttons putting it into the actual... No, it's still muted. It just was loud. Okay, and then I gotta scoot it back so it doesn't hit the emergency... Call emergency services button. Now we're settled. The Cricut is still going, which to me is insane. All right, let's tidy up my camera there a little bit. Hi, that's better. What are we doing? Things. We're doing things, I guess. I don't know. Okay. The things we're doing. Oh, that's not good. Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry, ditched you faster than like me trying to get to a toddler before they fall off something. Panic! Anyway, what happened was it apparently wasn't adhered very well at the very top, and so when it was cutting the belly band, it like basically also pulled the belly band off. So hopefully it cut the second one okay. If not, we'll deal with it. I'll trim it out with an X-Acto knife or something probably. But at least I saved it for the rest of the sheet, because so far so good. But that is just a driving home factor of I need to clean my mats and get them re-stickied. So I guess I gotta look that up and see how to do the maintenance. Maybe that's something that I will do on Wednesday when the kids are in school. I don't know why I drew out Wednesday so long, because it's like I don't think there's anything happening on Wednesday. Besides, like, I think, well, the main plan being to hang out with Dallas, basically. So, since that's his first day home from work. Yeah. Anyway, that bagel was delicious. Restorative. And now we're back. Okay. Now, I'll move the clip thing over again. Actually, we will clip from here and then put them in the bin. That's what we'll do. And then, last seam and a turning, and then the packaging can happen later before Shindig. So as a heads up, I will be, if you're in the Calgary area, I will be at Fibre Shindig on April 6th. Popup with Ancient Arts Yarns on April 13th. And then if you are not in Calgary, you are in fact in British Columbia, I will be in Northern BC at Peace Fibre Festival in Dawson Creek on April 28th. It's the last Sunday of the month. I like said the date, and then I was like, is that actually the date? But I know for sure that's the last Sunday of the month. And right now that's all I know for sure. So, and I will also be doing a more formal presentation about like Japan and why Japanese fabrics and all of that during Vogue Knitting Live this coming weekend on Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. Right, there's a nice thin, so basically what we're doing, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn you so you can see what I'm actually doing over here a bit better. So we're trimming it down really close to the seam line. Basically as close as we can get without actually like trimming the seam itself. Because then what's going to happen is we're going to go in with the fold over elastic and sew over top of it. So close, 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 close. Because again, I absolutely, like, my pet peeve for bags is raw edges. And so we're going to go in and make sure all the raw edges are finished as well. So all my products are fully lined, unless stated otherwise. But I'm pretty sure I'm over the unlined tote bags for now. It's been cool. I've actually seen some of the older products recently. A woman came into the show at Airdrie and she had one of the unlined tote bags, which is super cool. I was like, oh man, you have one of the like OG bags. And she's like, yes, but it's not a very good project bag. I'm like, yeah, because it's like open on top. There's no zipper or anything like that. It's like, yeah, they were more intended to just be a tote bag sort of thing. So she actually ended up getting like 2 big bags, which was awesome. And then she stuffed all her yarn she had been purchasing in them, which is perfect. That's exactly what they're for. Usually what I say at shows is you got to go buy your yarn and then you come and buy your project bag, because then you know what's going to fit in the project bag or what size of project bag you need. Hey, the Cricut is complete. I did check the writing as well, and it all looked very good and solid. There wasn't as much of a like drying up effect as there was on the last one. So I have a feeling between like, I think we probably worked out an air bubble or something, hopefully, and with like turning it like upside down or nib down in this case, I guess. Must have like helped bring the ink down into the actual ink well or whatever. I don't know. Whatever happened, it worked. So I'll take it. Sometimes it's better not to ask. Sometimes it's better. Again, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Right? Alright, so now we're just going to ignore the Cricut and get all these sewn, and then I will deal with the belly bands later. If you were on tenterhooks to see them now, I'm sorry. But I don't want to disrupt this process now that I'm like here and getting it done. Because at this point now, I'm just like, I want these done, please, and thank you. Just about there. Only a few more to cut. The soothing sound of shears is hopefully coming through. Flynn was all up trying to get up in my business upstairs like, oh, you've got a bagel? Is some of that bagel for me? It's like, dude, no. It's not the kids' mood. Again, if it's not the kids, it's the cats, and vice versa. Can't win it. Fuji. Last one, which is good because my hand hurts. It's like, you don't need that hand to do anything else today, right? Which is wild. It means I need to build up my hand stamina. Not even the strength, it's just the wear mark on the thumb. Because, like, these metal shears are awesome. They're not going to break because they don't have, like, any plastic up on top. So it's not going to get brittle. It's metal. But they're pretty uncomfortable. Even with, like, rounding and everything like that. It's probably also a little bit of just how I'm holding it, blah, blah, blah. But we're going to ignore that. I need some clips or some pins or something. I think clips works in this case. So what we do is we take the fold over and we're going to stretch it just a tick. I'm going to fold it under here and then we're going to fold it down like that. And then excuse me. Okay, this piece might be a little bit short for this one specifically, but yeah, it's 100% too short. I know there were a couple pieces that were maybe a little bit too short. What the heck? Maybe this one's just too wide. Because, like, that is the length we... Okay, so it said that it could shrink by up to 10%. But this is actually a full inch smaller than what we cut. Which is closer to, like, it's actually smaller than, okay, so I cut 6-inch pieces because it was like, these will shrink by 10%. But 6-inch pieces means that it should only shrink by, like, what, like a ½ inch? 6 inches is 15 centimeters, so it should shrink by 1.5 centimeters. How much is 1.5 centimeters? Yeah, only a ½ inch. And so I cut them at 6 inches because these pouches are 5 inches wide. It shouldn't have shrunk a full inch. Oh my goodness. And it's not like I can, like... Okay, well, apparently we will be stretching them, and I will not have... I was like, I'll cut 6-inch strips because, you know, that'll give me a nice, generous amount to, like, fold under. Apparently we're not going to be as generous with our fold unders. Wow, okay. That's wild. Because, yeah, I prepared for the shrinkage. I did not prepare for that much. What the heck? Okay, well, so we're going to stretch it just a tick because, like, it is elastic, so we can do that. But we're going to also stitch this one first and see if this actually is going to work or if I need to trim it to, like, 7 inches because I don't know. And this is, like, the good elastic, too. This is the, like, cheap elastic like I did before. Okay, I do not want you to pucker. I just want you to, like, there. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna fold it under, like, what, like 1/8 of an inch barely? Jesus. Sorry. Should not take the Lord's name in vain, even though I'm secular. It's not on live stream. Okay, I think that's gonna work, but that's gonna cause a lot more finessing than I wanted to do, finishing these off. Oh well, okay. Stitch, stitch, stitch. Let's see if this actually works. Hey, we just ran out of bobbin thread. Good timing. I like when it runs out when you pull it, like when you pull it out to trim the ends. And it's like, well, I'm done. It's like, cool. Thanks for telling me. Instead of running out midway through, especially on like something like this. Okay, I guess it worked. Mostly. We'll tuck. I'm gonna go in and tuck that in again and just like tack it down a little bit so it's not so loose. And we need another line of stitching there anyway because it didn't get caught. All right. That is extremely annoying though. Yeah, so if 6 inches is 15 centimeters, this shrank over 2 centimeters. So double what they said it should have shrunk. All right, that is almost worth, yeah, whatever. It's not worth anything really, but it is a cautionary tale for my next cut. We need to cut 7-inch lengths or sew it right away. I don't know, because it was definitely at 6 inches. Like it was a loose 6 inches. I wasn't stretching to 6 inches when I cut it, because like that would make a difference too. But man, get the Cricut figured out and then the sewing machine rebels. Or the, not even the sewing machine, the fold over elastic, of course. As my bobbin also refuses to behave itself. Okay, there we go. Hi, come on up. Nope, it does not like that. All right. Oh, I see, it's like loose. Why? Okay. Come on, we just want to sew. Because I want to get the cell phone bags done. Oh, that's what I should have done on my lunch break, was actually look up that tutorial. Oh well. You'll get to witness me trying to find it in my history. Actually, I think it's in my one of my to play later playlists. Okay. There's a little piece here that is gummed up with some fluffing. And around the edge. Okay, good. I did go upstairs and throw some laundry on, so it's at least getting washed. And I will dry it tonight, or today. If it gets put away, is something else completely. There's already laundry in the hallway that definitely needs to get put away. Has it happened yet? No. It will, eventually. Just not yet. It's kids' clothes, and the thing about it is I actually need to do a toss of kids' clothes, and like, well, we were discussing this last week because we've just had a growth spurt, so it's time to get rid of the stuff that's definitely too small, but that takes extra time when you're putting away the laundry. And you start a bin of like stuff that when we put it on, it's too small, and then it just like gets taken off and put it in the bin, like right then and there. Oh, this needs to be binned. Because the clip's not going to work in there. Okay, come on, you got to pin into the actual fabric. Thank you. And then you're going to go under. There we go. Yay, now it's caught. There we go. Okay. And we'll go all the way across. Tuck this in a little bit better there. I need my stiletto. I do not want my fingers that close again. Okay, there we go. Success. Just like that. So there we go. That is one of them finished. Yay. It's super cute at least. So these are for A5 size planners, which is like when you're thinking of a planner, it's the smaller planner. It's not like an 8.5 by 11 one. It's like the Moleskine and the Lecturum, the 1977 one. And like, so now you can open it up and you can put pens in there. Heck, if you're like a sewist and you want a little notions pouch to go on like a sewing journal, a bunch of other stuff can go in there. But I was thinking it like the intended use for it is mostly to go on your planner with like pens and maybe like a little it can fit a 6-inch ruler, it's long enough, that sort of thing. 6-inch 15-centimeter ruler, and then so that's all gonna get nice and pushed out. I am glad I put the fold over on the bottom. I had previously put it on the top, but it made it really wonky up top. Didn't like it. So I like the finish with the one inside, like the seam done on the reverse, and then the fold over on the other side. Because the other option is to like trim this middle piece and then stitch it there. But I didn't like the fact that when you opened it, you saw the closing seam like right in your face. It was, no. And the tag is out of the way as well, which is nice, but it is still there, which is good too. So that's the care tag and like info tag. And then when the big deal about all these planner pouch belly bands is that then it goes on here. Line it up as best I can. Obviously the fabric is going to go everywhere because it's got a mind of its own. Then we can fold it here and we can fold it there, and then it is flippin' adorable. All right, let's get some tape for it because may as well since we've already got it rolling here. And then make sure that it's like, yeah, I don't think that's going to go anywhere. Actually, we're going to put it underneath the elastic because then you can still experiment with it on the planner. That makes sense to me. Trim down this ratty edge, and then trim, doesn't need to be a large piece, just like that. And then we're going to fold it underneath like this and like this. And then I actually just realized that I should make it a little bit larger. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically belly band wrap it too. So I'll do that later. There, and then that also solves the issue that if it's not tight enough, it'll just kind of, it can slip down, and then people can still like look inside and do all the things. But that is the belly band fix right there. Makes it super cute. Has all the information on it, tells you what size of notebook it fits, blah, blah, blah. We will need to put a little bit of tape right there. But I am very, very pleased with the fact that that came together in 48 hours and like is going to do a lot of legwork for me. I always appreciate that sort of thing. Okay. Let's throw this over this edge so that it's not like waving around in the wind. And now we're going to call that good. Sweet, it's super cute. I just realized that I'm going to have to take photos with this on, so we won't do the rest of these, but I did want to confirm completely that that's going to work. And yeah, I am going to say that that's completely going to work. 2 thumbs up. What are you buzzing about? I might actually have to check that. 1 second. Or not. I'll just ignore it for now. If there's something super important, then they will call me. Okay. Let's struggle through the rest of this fold over elastic. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to fold it in half. We'll put the halfway point on the zipper, because realistically the zipper should be the halfway point. We'll wrap it there. We'll clip it. And then we'll see. Okay, we gotta trim down this thread. Washi tape can go away for now. I like how I was like, I'm gonna get to the cell phone bags today. I don't think I'm getting to the cell phone bags. At least not this afternoon. Tonight for sure. Actually, yeah, that'll be the goal, is we'll get these done before I go to the gym. And then we'll get the, we'll do the cell phone bags tonight when I'm downstairs after kiddos go to bed. hopefully they continue to go to bed at a decent hour, which I think they probably will, simply because it's like they're gonna be tired from school more than anything. Oh, this is hard to pin because it's like it's such a thin amount of frickin' fabric on this edge. Okay, so add another inch to your fold over elastic. Right, because you know it's gonna shrink like 20% instead of 10%. I'm annoyed because I already, like I said, I already did a lot of extra. Now granted, they do say on the roll, it's like, well, we've included extra on the roll, but like, have you included 20% extra or 10%? Because you said it was going to shrink 10%. Bah. Grumpy. I'm grumpy about it. There we go. Okay. As I think I am rightfully allowed to be grumpy about it. Okay, and then of course all the thread gets wrapped around the sewing foot on this one. Lovely. And we definitely need that stiletto for this stuff. So this is the awesome thing about this here. Oh yeah, I can turn you back more towards the machine now rather than staring at my lap. That's useless. Well, okay, it's not useless, but this is not OnlyFans. This is a double-ended seam ripper stiletto combo, which is super awesome. I've been looking for a while, and I finally was able to get one when I was at the Stampede pop-up with Ancient Arts. And the stiletto has a little bit of a hook on it, so I'm trying to like grind it down slowly but surely. Probably should just take a little bit of sandpaper to it. Anyway, so this stiletto will help me hold the fold over elastic right here when I take the clip off like this, without having to get it's basically a third finger. But I'm not at a risk of actually sewing over my finger. Now I do have to figure out how to actually like sew with it with my left hand. So we're gonna try and replace my left fingers with it, not my right fingers, simply because, as you saw, it's a pain in the butt to backstitch with my left hand. All right, but there we go. That is a lot smoother. Oh, apparently not, because the back is not completely caught. So what we're going to do is we're going to, again, take the stiletto, use my left hand, because that is the side that we need anyway, and just re-stitch over this little bit here. We're not going to go across the whole thing, because most of it's been caught. We'll stop at the zipper. There. And we'll pull it out. And yes, I would normally chain piece, but apparently this is going to be so finicky that we're just going to do these one at a time. And that's okay. Okay. But they're worth it, I think. I need to find a notebook that they actually fit on so I can show you. But, oh well. We can always do that later. Super adorable. Oh yeah, that one turned out really nice with Fuji. So most of the time I run my directional print the same direction as like the zipper. So in most cases Fuji would be going this way. But I'm really liking it facing towards the zipper. It also opens up more fabrics that I'm going to be able to use, because like their orientation just like may not have fit into whatever I had originally planned for it. So, eek. No, come on. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to pre-stretch this again, because that might also help. I don't know. Oh yeah, that did help. Okay. Sweet. So hopefully it doesn't bounce back too much afterwards, though. That's the other issue. I don't know, guys. I think it is easier than like, well, it's 100% easier than bias binding, but yeah. Oh well, I'll just remember to cut it at a longer length next time. That needs a singe. Where's my lighter? Ugh. Yeah. Okay, actually we're going to trim it, and then I'm going to singe it just a touch, hopefully. There. It doesn't keep unraveling on me while I'm trying to work with it. Actually, it's really interesting because, so one of the people that I follow that does a lot of really awesome tutorials for bags and has inspired me to do some of the things I've done in the past couple of years has been Okla Roots. She's out of Florida and she does like a bunch of different bag patterns. She's actually who I found I found a tutorial for the Amelia wallet and the Mia wallet from Miss Freckle Designs on. But she was saying you got to be really careful with quilt cotton because it unravels so easily. And I'm like, having worked with quilt cotton, obviously that is like 98% of my work. I'm like, really? That is not, like, not discounting her experience, but that has not been my experience with quilt cotton at all. Now that could be, I don't know, maybe that's the difference between like Japanese and American quilt cottons. I haven't worked with quilt cotton, like North American quilt cottons. That's a lie. I work with North American quilt cotton all the time for linings, and they don't unravel unless I throw them in the wash without like serging them. So I don't know where people are getting these quilt cottons that are really really ravelly, but thankfully it is not something that I've had to deal with. All right. If this one goes well, then maybe we will start chain piecing them. Don't hold your breath though, because I don't trust this as far as I can throw it. And I can throw it very far. It's not like fold over elastic is very heavy. Okay, stay pinned, stay pinned, stay pinned. Thank you. Okay. Did I catch the back? Oh, almost, not quite. It's also, yeah, it's so slippery. So maybe I do need, I don't know what I need to do. Well, I could change where we finish this, but like I said, I don't like the look of having a seam right in your face when you open the pouch. That doesn't seem appealing to me. So we'll just putter along with this and take the learning curve, apparently. Apparently this week is the week of learning curves between the Cricut with its writing and the fold over elastic with its shrinking. I swear the other fold over elastic, I think it's thicker than this though too. It is. Actually, I've got a package up here. Let's look. Okay, so this is the by Annie's stuff. It's the same price as I would pay to a quilt shop. I bought it from Amazon, that's why I mentioned that. But the stuff, I don't know, it's about the same. But like this stuff that I bought previously did not shrink. Look at that. That's a very big difference. This would be an actual 6-inch piece probably. Or 5.5 inches, close enough. But like that would still fit that better. Wild. I don't understand. I guess I don't have to understand, I just have to work around it. But I wish I knew that before I'd cut all of the fold over elastic for these pouches, because we're gonna struggle through on 30 pouches. It's really tempting to just go in and cut more fold over, because I think that would probably be faster than but it just creates so much waste. Okay, so that one's fine. So what the heck? I don't get it. Oh well. I guess some things will remain a mystery. Okay. There's the center. Now don't you scoot around and slip off of the center here, please. And thank you. We are going to go and we are going to behave ourselves under the sewing machine, right? And if you're like, Katie, that white doesn't match that blue, I know. I know. But we're not getting blue. We're not getting blue. Fold over elastic is surprisingly expensive. Like, for what it is. Especially with that much shrinkage. I am sorry, it's not going to live that down for a while. It's like, I am baffled by that. Baffled and annoyed. Ow. And I have to pin it. That's actually probably going to be the worst thing. Okay. Whatever. We're gonna clip it and I will deal with it. There we go. We'll start on this end, I guess. Mostly because I got a better fold over on this end. There we go. There we go. And then I can pop it under with the stiletto in my right hand. Oop, oop, get in there. Thank you. Hold it. Sew it. No, 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 don't jog over that much. Jeez. Eek. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a zigzag stitch there just to get that finished a bit better. Katie's unimpressed. Oh well. Would it actually be a live stream without me complaining about something? You just get double bonus today because it's Monday. And then I get to complain about the fact that I'm complaining so much. It's like the trifecta. Super adorable though. Look at, especially with this like octopus cat right there. There's a couple octopus cats actually. But I like the fact that he's like right on the zipper. I don't know why it's a he instantly, but that's probably because I'm biased towards male cats. I love Dahlia, but if I have a choice, we will not be having another female cat for a while. Alright. Get on top of there, ye. Okay. Tiny bit of stretch on it so that it gets, I can fold it under and set it on the line, stuff it in, clip it. Then we're going to go on the other side and we're going to do the same thing, a little bit of stretch so I can fold it under. Again, no raw edges, especially with this elastic because it's going to unravel, which is part of what's making it hard to work with actually, is making sure that it's like tucked in so it's not unraveling into the pouch. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm gonna throw it underneath with the stiletto as a helping hand. There we go. And then we're gonna go like this. So. Excellent. Okay, there we go. Alright. Well, that one was one of the smoothest ones we've done so far. As I like hold my breath to do it. Guess as long as I don't pass out, right? We're good. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice and done. Another cute one with its little wave cats. realized I need to actually make sure I get off in time to do shipments. Yeah, that's kind of important. Cute. Super cute. There we go. All right, how many are we in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're one at a time. Like I said, I actually didn't expect the Cricut process to take quite as long as it did. I'm very happy with the results. I think it's worth it. Again, in-house production versus having to outsource it. There, that's the word, outsourcing versus in-house. And like making the Cricut purchase worth it, because like I mentioned earlier, I have not used the Cricut, or I haven't sold the products that I purchased the Cricut to make yet. I have made the products with it, but what I was thinking originally with it was I was going to make a bunch of like tags for like knitting journals and stuff like that, and I've got a bunch of tags, but the thing that's daunting about it is photographing all those tags. So I think what I am going to do is I'm not going to do it as an online sale thing. I think I'm going to do it as an in-person only thing, because good Lord, I don't know how people do it when they're selling paper tags and stuff like that. But like they'll have little lines on them and you can use them as gift tags, or you could like, yeah. My main thought was either like knitting journals, or you could actually progress keeper them, bulb pin them to your project bags, and they could be like work in progress tags, so you could write down their details and then clip it onto the bag. So maybe eventually they'll go online, but for now I think that's something that's going to like remain in person or start being in person. I haven't even taken them to in-person shows yet, so there's that too. But the Cricut being able to produce some of these tags and stuff like that in-house is well worth what I paid for it. Probably actually just even in what we've done today with like, well, maybe not quite with 30 tags, but pretty damn close. Oh, Grumpy Owl ended up on the front. Yes! I didn't know if he was going to end up on the front. Again, I don't know why it's a he. I didn't know if they were going to end up on the front or if they were going to like end up on the back. But that is like the perfect little slice of Grumpy Owl. And then his little stompy feet are stomping along the back there. Their little stompy feet. Friggin' adorable. I will take it. Anyway, I love it. Last of this owl fabric. Ends of eras here as we wrap up on these pouches. Now obviously it's not like it's sold or anything like that yet, but yeah. I don't know. There's some nostalgia over it, that's for sure. Dun 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 dun. Wrap it around the top. Clip. Pull. Well, no, we've already pre-stretched. Okay, you need to tuck up and in though. Here is the issue with that. Okay, there. Come on, that's a straight edge. There we go. Stretch this way. That goes in there. And then we're gonna fold this up. Just an weensy tiny bit. There we go. Yeah. Alright. Stick it under. Stick it under. Like that. Excellent. Okay, let's go. No, don't get stuck. The feed dogs do not like the fold over elastic, which is hilarious. It's like, why wouldn't, what? There's lots to grip with it, so I don't get it. The feed dogs are the things that help pull the fabric and like the underlayer through on sewing machines. So it's weird that it wouldn't like to grasp onto the fold over elastic, to be honest. I also do not understand why it keeps shifting up, but all right. We're gonna ignore that. It's not happening. Also, could I just do the fold over elastic and then turn these all later? Yes, but come on. You have been along for this journey since they were in the cutting studio, so you get to enjoy all of the fruits of my labor along with me. This one's kind of boring because all the other colors ended up on the back. Oh, that's annoying. Oh well, still pretty cute, but like, I guess it's cute in a subtle way, but I did want some of these green ones on front. Oh well, can't win them all. And again, they're scraps, so it's not like can be super picky about anything. Okay, let's fold it over. There we go. Gonna clip it here. Fold it under here. Oh, come on. There. Scoot it. Get it underneath here before it all unravels. That's right. Hold the breath. Because obviously breathing on it is going to make it worse. Because that's how it works, right? And I'm like right down in there, like that's going to change anything. All that's going to do is if the zipper or the needle breaks, it's going to fly into my eye. So we'll try to be conscious of that. To be honest, it's actually one of the things I'm super glad for is that I do have the fairly large glasses, and so if needles do break, I basically have safety glasses on. Although I probably should be wearing actual safety glasses. Just cause. Oh. Okay, they're a pain in the butt with this fold over, but they are adorable. It's actually kind of nice because the elastic covers that back seam. I don't mind the back seam being there, but like it's visually more cohesive without the back seam being visible. And if I didn't point it out, you wouldn't even know it's there probably. So, because all you're going to be doing really is, or like most people are just going to be putting it onto the actual planner. Ooh. Hello. Okay, I just scrolled down and didn't mute anything. Okay, I do need to find out how many we have left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're not counting this one right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 10. 15. 21. Oh, okay, so that's not bad because that means that so this will be a third of the way through once we're done this one. So yeah, I do think we're at the point where I'm just going to say that we're going to finish these. And we got also the belly bands done, so that's a good work in progress to get finished up. And then the cell phone purses will be tonight, because I cannot skip my workout again. Why? Okay, I folded that in half. Is this maybe not centered? That's probably what happened. The zipper is not exactly centered. Excellent. Okay, so this is a guessing game now. Wheeeee. Ding, and then we're going to turn and we're going to do a gentle, well, a little bit more than a gentle stretch here, and then we're going to fold it underneath and meet it on the edge here. Scoot, get in there. Thank you. And then we're going to do the same on this side. And then we're going to throw it under the sewing foot, because the sewing foot is just as good or better of a pin than the actual pins. Like this. Oh, it's like, that is like, these are like the tiniest fold over hems. Like, I can do some pretty delicate work, but this is stretching the amount of delicate work I can do. With my big fingers. It is hilarious because, so I mentioned big fingers because my grandma had big fingers. And when I sent Dallas, well, okay, I didn't send Dallas, but when Dallas was asking like what I want for an engagement ring, blah, 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 I was like, okay, and I'm a size 9, like ring size, because I bought other rings at like Disney and stuff like that, and had tried it on that finger, because then you have a general idea at least. Turns out I'm at 8.75, which does make a difference, but it's not like huge. I was damn close. The person he was buying the ring from, completely took him away from what I had requested beyond the white gold. He did get a really good deal on it, at least, so there is that. He got like 50% off, so I will take it. But I'd wanted a colored stone, and they're like, well, those are so much weaker than diamonds. And it's like, because what I said was a ruby, because I wanted the color. And I was like thinking about it afterwards, I'm like, yes, but unless you're like banging a ruby with diamonds, it's going to survive. Anyway, they wanted a bigger commission, I think is what the end thing of it was. Anyway, they didn't believe him that my finger was a 9 as well, on top of everything else, and sold him a ring that was a 7. A 7 fits on my pinky, because they're like, well, she can't have that big of fingers because like the standard size is 7. It's like, yeah. So he proposed on a trip, which meant that I ended up wearing my engagement ring on my pinky for a week, hoping I didn't lose it as well because it was too small. At least it did fit my pinky. And yeah, and then they're all aghast because it's like, oh, we gotta resize it up to that. It's like, guys, I have big fingers. I've always had big fingers, and I always will have big fingers. I've got my grandma's chunky fingers. My grandma really loved rings. And I think, well, it's definitely from her that I got my love of, like, rings are one of my favorite jewelry besides earrings. Especially right now, because, like, with kids, they don't really mess around with rings as much as they do, like, they try to grab necklaces or they try to grab earrings and stuff like that. Although they have been pinching around my rings recently. I'm like, where'd that come from? They'll like grab it and like, that's not so bad, except they end up grabbing the hair underneath and that hurts. So I don't know. I can't, like I said, I can't win right now with the kids. But anyway, these little delicate folds are a little bit much for these big fingers. We'll do our best. And that's all I can promise, is I will do my best. It just reminds me of the Girl Guide promise right now. Dallas is like, yeah, I was asking about Girl Guides the other day and like what if it was secular and things, because like I was homeschooled and our homeschool program was super like, well, it was religious based. It wasn't like super like religious, and unless you're reading the actual literature that they provided, which was very Bible based or like very much non-secular. There we go. Christian based. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. But anyway, we looked it up and they're like, nope, we are completely secular now. I do remember that the promise used to be to like God and country or something like that. Although it was like, now it's like to my beliefs and something. And I think that's like, it was at the discretion of each individual unit back when I was like in Girl Guides. And I think that's what we had is like, I'll be true to my beliefs and country or something like that. There we go. Cute multicolored cats. This one always reminds me of Remy, who has now been gone for 2 years, which is insane to think about. We were getting ready to list our phone. Thanks for dropping the signal. We were getting ready to list our house for sale 2 years ago, which is also insane because we would have moved in like 2 months at this point. From this point, yeah, under 2 months at this point. So I've already forewarned Dallas. I'm like, I foresee us having a multi-generational house. So that is something we have to think of as we're like doing any like renovations or anything like that. Might mean eventually that the studio actually gets moved upstairs so that the basement can become more of a living space again. For now, we don't need to worry about it, but it will not surprise me if it does become multi-generational, either older or like kids. So I'm always extremely grateful because I am no contact with my parents and have been for quite a while, and I was very glad that I've never had to move back in with them. But Dallas's parents, like, their door is basically always open. They will make it work if there's ever any of that need, which is super awesome of them because we definitely lived with them when we were in school, but even at this point I'm sure they would make it work if we needed it to. And some days, I wish it was still the norm. It'd be amazing to have another, like, especially solo parenting, it'd be amazing to have another set of hands. Although I could see some clashes. There definitely would be some clashes with, like, parenting styles and stuff like that. But that's just generational difference, too, so I think. All right, there is the next Alice. All right, where's Katie going to go next? Where is this next stream of consciousness monologue going to go? At least I'm not complaining right now. Oh, I think if I do come on, well, I will be coming on tonight to like sew because that's just what March is going to be. As much as possible. But I think tonight might just be an ASMR, and I will like, well, actually, yeah, that would be a good idea because I'm gonna have to concentrate on getting those foam purses done, and I haven't done them before, so it'd probably be good to just like focus in on them. So tonight might just be ASMR and like, maybe, I'm not making any promises, but it might just be ASMR and like I listen to an audiobook. Let's finish the first sentence, Katie. Potentially, I don't know. We'll see how chatty I feel like tonight. But I also think that that might be good for everyone involved. Just a nice, quiet stream. Quietish stream, because there's nothing I can do about the sewing machine. But I like chatting too. So, we'll see. It's so hard though, because it's also like, there's not much to talk about except for the business and the kids. And I don't really want to talk about the kids a lot. Well, that's a lie. I talk about the kids a lot. But I don't want to get into like super specifics about the kids, which would be the next step. But that's not happening because it's not happening. In part because it's also like, I am still myself. I'm not just a mom, even though that's all it feels like sometimes. And in part because I do think that I don't want to overshare. I don't want to overshare. That's their prerogative when they're older. So. All right. Turn. Oh man, that looks really nice with the like elastic and the black zipper and cupboard cats. It just, it all lined. Whoa, and it actually mostly lined up. I was not expecting that, but I must have checked it against like this one that's the half shelf, but like all these other ones actually are pretty damn close. Close enough that I can't tell them. And I couldn't have done that better, or I couldn't have done that better if I'd actually planned it. So like all these lines are fairly even, if not exactly even. Sweet. Okay. How many did I say we had left? We had 21 at the beginning of this, so we're down to 17 right now. It doesn't feel like I've sewn 4 again. Okay, whatever. We're going to ignore the fact that we're apparently in a time warp. Flynn is making sure that your like tags or the belly bands for these are like warm and safe. Which I guess is a drawback to having that table right against the window. Is definitely going to be a prime target for the cats. Alright, there we go. Under the machine. Eek, no, that didn't work. It like curled up and away, and actually away too, not just like there. No, stay out of the whips. Not the actual whips. Works in progress. Don't worry, there is no dominatrix dungeon down here. They're works in progress. That's the only kind of whips that are down here. Or anywhere in the house for that matter. That's not the direction I saw the next monologue going. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's just ignore that, and we're going to appreciate these micro polar bears in the rain with their little umbrellas. Like, oh my goodness. Adorable. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Yeah, so we'll cut more elastic next time, but look at it just shrink the same amount. I bet you it will. Which is the dumb part of this. Actually, what I'll do maybe is I will cut some today, and then we'll measure it even tonight or tomorrow or Wednesday whenever I get back on, and we'll see how much it shrinks over a couple days. Because yes, this was, oh my goodness, this was cut a few days ago, but it's like that shouldn't change. It shouldn't change that. My phone is plugged in, so it should be fine. Hello, phone. Hello. Oh, okay, 1 second. Of course, now I'm getting all the notifications because it's like, oh, the video is complete, so you don't need this camera anymore, do you? Actually, probably wouldn't be a bad idea just to double check in and see. Oh, it's overheated. Okay, so we're gonna unplug it for a little bit then, because that's probably what is gonna happen. Stop video. Stop video. Join the stream, please. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty warm. Okay. Boom. Mute. So we don't get the feedback like we did last time. Sweet. We should be back online. I'm going to go into studio mode though and throw it up first, because I do need to get it actually back in the ring light and get it cleaned up. Oh, I'm like, why isn't it on the screen? Show. My phone's like, I refuse to do the things you request of me. There we go. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I just realized I was going to do a couple more sets of stuff to go with those wiggly cat progress keepers / stitch markers. So I guess I should do that soon. Okay, I think we're good. You're able to see the sewing machine. Sweet. There we go. Okay, back to the fold over elastic. Tech troubleshooting done. Not even like it was troubleshooting, it's just like sign off, sign on. The tiniest seam fold over that yet to be done. Hold your breath with me while I do this. Don't actually hold your breath. That would be bad. I don't know why I'm holding my breath. It's not like it's like lay for death or labor. If I have to redo a seam, I have to redo a seam. And labor, by labor, I mean birth labor, not working labor. Ding! Get under. Nope, that didn't work. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew it from this direction, because then any stretch gets put towards this direction. Let's go that way. Okay, there we go. Ding. Fold. Fold. Come on, fold under. Fold under. Like that. There we go. Clip. Clippy, clippy, clip. Then we're going to put this side under, because it's behaving itself mostly, kind of. There. Okay, good enough. It's under. The feed dogs are happy with it this time. Apparently they heard me talking smack about them or something, because now they're behaving, more or less. There we go. And now, yeah, there's a little bit of the stretch worked its way over. So we're still a pretty tight seam allowance, but it's not going to like, now I can tuck it under just a touch, tick more, right there. Oh, come on. Fingernail, stiletto, there we go. So fussy, my goodness. This is worse than like my youngest's like stomach upset. We had to formula feed both the babies. The first, no big deal. Ate, gained weight, happy, all of that. Second, it took like 5 months to find a formula where they were actually gaining weight. Miserable, spit up all the time. Pretty much after every feeding there was some sort of spit up. It's gross. So finally we had to go with like the rice enriched formula. And thank goodness they transferred on to like food when they did. They were way happier. They took to food so much faster than our eldest. I think probably because it was like not as tummy upsetting, right? I would assume so. That'd definitely be why I would eat more than drink formula. But oh, we got off of formula right before the shortages happened. And actually we were able to help out another family because we weren't using any more formula. Like that's like the youngest transitioned off and was like, no, I don't need the formula anymore. I'll just eat food. And like we're less and less interested in bottles. I think they were done bottles around 10 to 11 months. And it was like the doctor's like, well, if they're eating well and they're still gaining weight, you don't need to worry about it, right? I think we started them on milk, and milk was fine. I don't know why the formula never sat with them well. But anyway, we were able to help out a family because we had this special formula, and they're like, we cannot find it anywhere. And I had like 3 boxes that I had purchased, not knowing that we weren't going to need them at that point. Just had them on hand. Had actually had them on hand for a little bit, I think. I was like, here you go. I was going to charge them. And I'm like, do you know what? Just pass it on at one point when someone else needs the help. I've already paid for it. It kept my baby. Oh no, it wasn't the third step up. It wasn't the rice thickened stuff. It was like the second stuff. So if you're buying Enfamil, it was the purple package. So like the step in between like the normal formula and the like rice thickened formula. The one that was a little bit cheaper. But like they couldn't find it. And that is the other wild thing is like this was a fairly common formula and they could not find it anywhere. So because that's when I started using the subscription service with Amazon, because like subscribing with Amazon and just ordering it through them meant like a 5 to 10% savings on the formula, and it was already I think $15 cheaper, $20 cheaper than getting it through the grocery store. And it's just like you can't ignore those savings, unfortunately, when you're just trying to feed babies, because it is not cheap. But yeah, that's why we just passed it on. It's just like, you know what, we're not going to use it. You may as well have it, and then when you have the opportunity, pass it on to someone else. Like, just that kind of favor, I guess. Pay it forward. I swear these fold-over elastics are getting more and more finicky. Oh, but this is the sushi cuts. Yes, it looks so good. There we go. It's adorable. I love it. This one does, oh, it does have a seam. I was like, this one doesn't even have a seam, but it totally does. All right. Cool your jets, Katie. that's a bit better. That one's actually over 5 inches before I stretch it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Anyway, if you're in the situation of having to feed your baby formula and you want to be feeding them Enfamil for whatever reason, that's just what you have access to. That's what sits the best with them, because I know there's a lot of generic formulas available as well. I don't know why we ended up, I think we mostly ended up with Enfamil because we were on samples and we were able to afford it. I get if you can't do that either. But the cheapest way to get it is you buy a couple of the tubs where you can put the like, or a tub where you can put the like resealable bags in it. And I'm pretty sure they say not to reuse the things, but, or what was it? Something was off. It was like, we'll sell it to you this way, but you shouldn't actually use it this way. It was almost like the gist of it. Anyway, and then you buy the Enfamil refills, which are like 2 per box at like, I think it's like half the cost. I don't know why, I don't know how. It's like, really? And then you can subscribe through Amazon, and here's the hack. Don't tell anyone I told you this. But if you subscribe to 5 things, you get the higher amount of discount. So if you're able to afford it, subscribe 5 separate times. So you're going to buy 5 things on subscription. I would suggest those 5 things being 5 boxes or tubs of your formula. Or, you know, like the vitamin D drops and stuff like that for the kiddo and blah, blah, blah. But as long as you subscribe to 5 things on the same order, you get the higher discount. We found that we did go through that much. Because that's, like, again, we were solely feeding formula. And that was, for us, the cheapest way to do it. Least hassle way to do it, too, during, like, height of reduce the amount of times you're outside the house and stuff like that. And the monologue hushes because Katie is concentrating. I can always tell when I'm concentrating the hardest because it's like it just goes dead silent. This fold over elastic is making me fight for my life for this. Come on. Well, not that dramatic. Not that dramatic, but it is definitely not being cooperative. Ugh. Better. There. There you go. Haha. We did it. Not quite, but almost. We gotta go over it on the back side here for a moment. Okay. Oh yeah, apparently it is very mad. Alright. Do you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do that. There. Behave yourself. Apparently it also did not get caught on the front right there either. Okay. How many are left? 12. Okay, I think we'll survive 12 more today. I think I should also be able to get 12 more done before I need to head out. I think. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens, I guess. Of course, it's the pigs that fought back. I don't know why that's an of course, but the pig fabric fought back. Let's see. Still cute though. And of course the threads need to be trimmed. 12 more? Thank goodness. I love them, but I'm over them for today. I don't even know what I would be doing otherwise right now. Well, I would be doing the cell phone bags. But like, with that whole debate this morning of like, okay, what's next? Large box bags, small box bags, Kato. I do need to cut lining for the big bags that are like down here. But like, yeah, nothing else is like striking my interest right now. Which like, it's work. It doesn't always have to strike interest, it just has to be done. But, yeah, I think it would be large box bags. I think we would be in the cutting studio cutting fabric. So tonight we'll finish off the cell phone bags. And then if we have enough time and I have enough energy, which I probably will because my body is still like, hey, it's only like 9 o'clock when the clock says 10. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do tonight is we'll finish prepping large box bags. I think that's a good decision because like I said, how many are there? I keep saying that there's only so many, but I think there is actually only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there are 8 in the like overall listing, and then I think there's like 2 or 3 that are not in that listing sort of thing. So there's maybe a dozen total. That's not very many large box bags, especially because they've been one of the more popular bags this year as well, which is awesome. It does mean though that there's been like a shift in what I need to make. It used to be that the small box bag were like bread and butter. That's what sold all of that. Kato is definitely, it hasn't taken over, but it has definitely like been the popular one. And we'll get some, I'll cut out that new pattern and we'll get some scraps together to hopefully make it as well, because I think, well, why not? And then we could have it ready for the like less niche markets as well. Oh, the little Frenchies are adorable. Oh, right. And I should look up a coaster pattern, at least for like a general guideline. I guess actually I've got basically a guideline right here, but it's mostly like just suggested sizes, I guess. But I was just like, I just look back and I'm like, I've got a ruler right here, and all I would need to do is basically just cut off the squares of this. Although that's quite a large. Well, it's not that bad for a coaster once you take off like the actual like seam allowance. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad at all. Okay. Well, there we go. I think that might be it right there. We'll see. We'll see if that comes to fruition soon. It may not come to fruition soon. Although that would be a fun way to do some of the fussy cut stuff. Because it's like, if I fussy cut for this sort of thing, it's still going to end up being like lost kind of once you sew it up. But fussy cutting for just a square would be easier. I was about to say fun and easy, but that's only one of those. One part of that is true at a time. Maybe fun is the more true portion of that sentence, but I don't know. I don't think it's easier. Anyway, fussy cutting though for coasters would make more sense, because then like you could probably get a full sassy cat or something like that. Black cat. And then once it's like trimmed up, I could use the filler for patchwork blocks for whatever I'm doing. Patchwork coasters would be fun. Oh right, I was gonna do cat coasters. Right. I wasn't gonna just do boring, well, not that they're boring, but just square coasters. I wanted to do cat coasters. Okay, so we'll still do that. That's a bit more involved than I want to get into right now though, so that will be a later project as of right now. There we go. Still need to find my other thread snip so we don't have that clicking at the end. That's not normal. I think I found actually, I think part of what was underneath the desk that the Cricut is now on was actually the bin that I was using for handles for the box bags. Because there's definitely a sewn one in there, so I'm actually like 95% sure that's the box that I want to like reinstate for this year. So badgers, and I think they've got apples. Not, I was gonna be like, I think they've got mushrooms, but no, it's an apple. Again, last of the fabric. After this is all gone, and I think that one is actually all gone. I think that might be the last piece, or at least the last piece I've definitely seen for a while, unless there might be some sneaky stuff somewhere, but if there is, I don't know where it is. It's always like a little bit disheartening and very annoying when the day of making kind of goes sideways. It's like, again, yes, it's a job and I gotta get it done, but it's like, this could be so much smoother if like stuff actually stuck to what the warning was. I guess it's more like it's mostly annoying because it's like out of my control. I followed the guidelines, what they gave me, and yes, I am complaining again, apparently. Again, what is this, the Monday moaning or something like that? Not like I don't complain consistently, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, I guess when it's like super out of your control, it's like I did what they told me to do and then it's still wrong. It's like that's when it's most annoying. I don't know why I put that clip there. Let's put it further down here, because honestly this is just getting thrown underneath that foot like this. And then we're going to work with the stiletto in my left hand to hold everything. No. Like ran off the edge. That's not gonna work. Come on. Closing it up. Yeah. Eight more. 8 more. By the time I'm done this, I will definitely be ready to head out. Mostly because I should honestly go and do some photo editing this afternoon as well. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to go out and I'm going to go to the gym. Then I'm going to drive, which sounds ridiculous, but I'm going to drive for my run instead of running from the gym. Because if I ran from the gym, I'd have to leave my boots there, and I don't feel like going back into the gym to pick up my boots. So not like the worst reasoning, but it's true. It is true reasoning, at least. And if I go for a drive, then I can go run down by the river in a different section than I can access from up here with any ease. But there's like a massive hill between me and the section I'm thinking of. And although I'm just thinking of the section that would actually be the driest, and actually I think it's the section I originally popped into my head, and then I started talking about a different section. So there's like, so we've got access to like the farthest west leg of the path system in Cochrane from the house. Like easy access. And then there's like what I like dog park section on the east side of town, and then there's kind of like a bunch of path system in between, and it's all along the river, so it's really nice to go and like run along there, different sites and everything like that. But the section that popped into my head is up by what's called Mitford Ponds, and it would be the driest section. But then what I was talking about was a section that's further east from that. And I'm like, now that I'm thinking of it, I'm like, that made absolutely zero sense. Actually, I don't even know if I can access a lot of the path further east, because they're doing a bunch of like water line construction along there and stuff too. So it might be a moot point anyway, but I can definitely run at the top of the hill. The drawback to the top of the hill is that it does tend to get windy, but looking out the window, it's not even that windy today, so I think we'll be good. So yeah, we'll go do weights, and I'll drive up the hill essentially instead of having to run up the hill. Not that, like, so if I ran from here, I wouldn't hit the hill on the length of run I have today anyway, because it's only like, it's 30 minutes plus like a 5-minute warm up and a 5-minute cool down, so there's no way I would hit the hill from here. But basically that's the difference if I drive down to this park and the ponds, is I don't have to do the frickin' hill. I don't even like going down that hill on my bike because it's steep. So I usually even just dismount and walk my bike down. Definitely not running up it though, because it's enough endurance cardio just walking up that hill versus running it. So blech. Some of these just turned out so freaking spectacular. Like, so good. And then, oh yeah, and then like you take one of these, like, oh, look at it against the black. That's gonna look really, really good. Sweet. Okay. We are down to 7. 7 more. Like I said, I'm just over them. And yes, you can totally be like, but Katie, you're the one who cut them. And like, You should have been prepared to sew this many. Yes, I know. My goodness. I think I already told the story, but I can't remember. Anyway, our alarm went off at 6 this morning because that's when we're supposed to get up and go to get ready for school. School starts, well, okay, childcare starts at like 7:30 for the kids. So, and when I'm solo parenting, I have to be up at 6 to get us, all three of us, out the door, basically. Especially this morning because I still had to like cook part of the lunch and assemble lunch boxes and everything because I just didn't do it last night. But it was just like, so the alarm went off. That's fine. I hit the snooze once, twice, 3 times. So that's about 6:30. Finally turned the light on and both my kids were like, and like super grumpy. And I was just like, oh yeah, this isn't going to work. Because my eldest, who's usually like, they are not a morning person, but usually they're pretty excited to go to school. And they're like, Mama, I'm so tired. And I'm like, okay, we're just going to sleep a bit longer then. And then they're like, I need cuddles. So we got out of bed at our normal time, which is now 7. But yeah, we're going to, apparently in the mornings are going to still need to be worked on. We did actually stick pretty close to the bedtimes we've been having. It means that they both went to sleep around 7:30 last night, which is pretty awesome. And I don't want them going to bed much earlier than that, because otherwise they come home from school and then there's absolutely like 0 transition time and they're in bed. Like, sounds like someone was walking around upstairs. I hope there's no one walking around upstairs. There shouldn't be anyone else in the house. Anyway, yeah, I don't really want, like, as much as I like them going to school and getting work time and all of that, I still want to see my kids after they've been at school all day. So, like, 7:30 works well for us because we do get, oh my goodness, we do get some time with them then. Why did the mic turn back on? Okay, are you connected? You're connected now. All right. So yeah. Anyway, so 7:30 works for us. Now, who knows? They might need to be going to bed a little bit earlier this week just to do that final adjustment, but we'll see what happens. I'm not going to fight it. Although we do need to be up earlier for school on Wednesday. But even, like I said, my internal clock is like completely effed right now anyway, so it's amazing what just an hour time change does. Because I think this like time change is rougher than even like the jet lag of going to like Florida and stuff like that. In fact, I've actually had an easier time well, okay, we didn't have a bad time coming back from Florida this time. And actually we did a pretty good transition there. Oh yeah, crabs. Because basically we showed up, picked up our race packages, and then went to bed because we had to be up at 2 a.m. So that's a pretty hard and fast shift for travel for us. But even coming back from Japan, which is usually the harder transition for me than going, has been pretty good the last couple times. So I'll take it. Less jet lag, please. I do not understand. Half the time I don't get notifications, and then the other half of the time it's like I'm filming and I get bzzz, and I get notifications. I do not understand. They'll also be like, I snapped you something on Snapchat, and I'm like, I was streaming, I can't see it. You know I stream when I go downstairs. Typically. 99% of the time when he's home, I stream. So. Alright. Back under. No, no, no. Behave. Fold up nicely. You were folded nicely. I swear. Honestly, fabric has just as much of a mind of its own as yarn. If it could be sentient, I'm pretty sure it would be. It was one of the funny things when we were actually selling the house a couple years ago. So I had to pack up all the fabric, because here's the thing. Even when you fold it nice and pretty and like all of that, it's a lot of visual information, and a lot of the times it's extremely easy, even when it's tidy to my eye, I'm sure, to have it look messy in someone else's eye. And I totally get it. But I had to pack up all my fabrics into these, like, I got those IKEA bins because I've got the calic shelves. So I got the bins to like put it all in, and to like hide some other stuff, like spinning stuff and other yarn things and stuff. But it was so boring. Dallas is like, oh, it looks so much tidier. And I'm like, yes, but it's like so uninspirational. Like, I need my fabrics out so that there's like some character to the room. Totally get it for staging. Did not begrudge it. It made it super easy to move the fabrics because they're already packed essentially. Just lift the bin, put the bin in the back of the truck, our pickup truck, and drive it across, which is exactly what my mother-in-law and I did, because we took possession on a Monday and Dallas came back on the Tuesday. So it's exactly what my mother-in-law and I did on the Monday, was get a bunch of these bins into the garage. But then the fabric promptly came out. I can't imagine. So that was at like, it wasn't the lowest point of fabric stock. Definitely last like September would have been my lowest fabric stock point, because of course I hadn't been able to get back to Japan. But I can't imagine moving the fabric stock right now. Because it's like, even like in 2022, when I was like, I had another good show push in, I swear the business still took up like 25% of our move space basically. So like, yeah, not like furniture wise and stuff like that, but like the other pieces that we moved ourselves and things. And so yeah, it's probably like 25% me, 25% kid, or 25% business, 25% kids, and then 25% just like household, so like couches and furniture and all of that, and maybe 25% Dallas and I. Definitely, but yeah, definitely the business took up a good chunk of like the move. I saw a post on Instagram of like, a guy said that his wife floated the idea of like moving, and he's like, I think it's time I show her. And then he like panned over his studio, so I had to comment. I'm like, yeah, moving when you have a small business in the house is like no joke. Should have actually looked at what he made, but his like handle indicated that he made pens actually, which is super cool. I still remember the shock though, because we did hire movers, because I looked at Dallas and I'm like, I know it's an expense, but here's the thing. We moved 7 years ago into the old house. There was stuff delivered that we did not move ourselves, like move into the house, like our couch. When it got delivered, it got set up for us and everything. I'm like, we are 7 years older. Our friends are all 7 years older. So there's that. 100% we will like take any help we can get for like the smaller stuff. But I'm like, I've also broken an ankle fairly recently, and we've had 2 kids. We are not moving by ourselves. And the moving company gave us a quote and all of that. And then it took, so this is nothing against the guys that came, but it took them double the amount of time to actually move our stuff. And so like when he was like, they were wrapping up, he's like, why did it take so long? And I'm like, I don't know. You saw the detailed list of stuff that I gave you to move. You saw the amount of stuff that to move when you came and like did the walkthrough the morning of. So I have no clue. I think it was mostly, was like, he was worried that I wasn't going to pay the bill. And I'm like, dude, you definitely saved us a lot of fights and a lot of time. If not like a divorce. So, yeah. I don't want to move anytime soon, and Dallas fully agrees. It's just like, ugh. I still some days do miss our other house. I do not miss the lot our other house was on. That was the big reason to move. And we'd hit a couple things where it's like, okay, we've been in here long enough that if it's like, if we want to do renos, it's time to do, like, it's either time to do renos or it's time to like move house. And like, there's certain things renos won't fix, like having neighbors right on your backyard. And like, so we never used the backyard in the old house really. And with kids, that starts to get really important, especially. And so yeah, that's not something that can be fixed without moving. So that's why we moved, mostly. But I do miss the basement in the old place. As much as I love the walkout, honestly, I do think I do come down here and work more, and I work better down here. But I miss the space of the old basement. And a little bit the layout too. I think it was a little bit better layout. Although, honestly, this place is more efficient with its space usage. And it took, like, it's actually a smaller house, but it took a lot of the square footage out of stuff that was kind of like, well, whatever, it's not a big loss. So we lost space in our closet, whatever, not a big deal. And we lost space in our laundry room. Those are the 2 big ones. And then our old house had like an open to bottom staircase sort of thing, whereas this one has the staircase kind of built into the wall, basically heading up behind our pantry of all places. So I do think it's actually more efficient in its space usage than our old place, but there's certain things I miss about it. I always told Dallas, I'm like, if we could just like lift this house up and put it on a different lot, that would have been the ideal situation. But alas. And to just prove like how good a move it was, we used the backyard more here in the first summer. So we moved in May. We didn't have time before that, but we moved in May, and it took us a couple months to even get the grass redone. The grass desperately needed to be redone because the previous owners had a couple big dogs actually, and they just re-poured the patio that's in, like out of the walkout. But yeah, so we redid the grass at the end of June, I think. So in July and August, we used the backyard more than we had in 7 years at the old house. And then that's just continued. Like, we even went out last night after dinner because it was light enough now after dinner to go outside. And like the kids played in the backyard while I chilled on the walkout patio. So overall, a good move. Now, if interest rates would go back down for mortgages, that would be amazing. But I do think that that is a feeling across the board for anyone with anything right now. And most people without anything too. So, I'm not going to go into that one. We're going to set that topic down and admire this adorable pouch once I get it turned. And then we're going to move on to the next one because we have 3 more. And then I am done battling this fold over elastic for the day, which will be a relief. Plus I'm getting hungry again. That bagel was like super satisfying when I actually ate it. Now I'm like, I am really hungry. Again, flippin' adorable. Especially, I love the one that I love the most is this one with like just the tail sticking out. Although they're all adorable, especially and like so the tail and the little judgy guy, and then the one that the mug that just says cat, obviously is amazing as well. So you know, just good all around. 3 more. My goodness. All right. It's a little bit longer piece, so it won't be. Oh, look at that one. That one is actually the right length. Almost. It's a 1/4 inch too small. That's fine. Or a 1/4 inch smaller than I cut. That's fine. This one is also like only, I don't know. It's just over a 1/4 inch smaller. Probably about a 1/2 inch smaller. Still manageable. This one is a full inch shorter. Okay, so those are the 3 largest pieces. So we're gonna ease up my battle with the fold over elastic a bit, hopefully. And also, I don't know if it's the weather or if it's the working out or what, or hormone shift or something, but I have gotten such a bad breakout on my face this month, and I'm like, really? I didn't even have bad breakouts when I was pregnant. What is going on? You don't like it because you're sore. And I'm a terrible person well, not a terrible person, but I'm a terrible picker, so I'm always like touching them and stuff, and especially because they're like irritating my face, I'm always touching them, and then it makes it worse, because then I'm like, oh yeah, there's something that hurts on my face because I just touched it, and it's like, ugh. My non-moral failings. Just my human failings. But today is leg day, and that is going to feel good. I gotta go get swole. I gotta build my leg muscles so I can run faster, that's for sure. Or at least so like when I run, I'm not as sore. Let's go that way. Not necessarily gotta get, well, I want to get faster. I gotta get faster because there's races that I want to do that have shorter cutoff times. And I need that 2.5 hour proof of time for Disney. Whenever we do a next Disney race, I need a 2.5 hour half or less, preferably less, because then you get into a higher corral, which gives you more time. And if you have more time, you can do more characters. So I'm hoping, well, okay, so I'm running Calgary in May. So what are we? We're almost 3 months out still. 2.5 months out, whatever. So I want to be down under 3 hours in Calgary, which I think is doable. When I ran in Florida for the full, I did a 3:10 half during the marathon. So I think I probably can do a 3-hour marathon in Calgary. Because I will have had another 5 months of training. I'm lighter. I'm almost like, I think I'm 12 pounds lighter than I was in January. And other things that are good. Like, what else that was good? Strength. Like, And yeah, and actually if I continue at the gym more consistently, I will also have 2 more months or so of like weight training and strength behind me as well. So I think overall I should be able to drop below the 3-hour point this year. And then next year I want to run the full marathon in Calgary, because I want to keep a proof of time for a longer than half marathon distance. And also just a check-in, because like Disney was definitely the max of my ability at that point, and that was almost 7 hours. Well, almost, it was like 6:44 and 50. And that was the max for me and my physicality at that time. So I want to kind of keep a check-in on the marathon, also because I do want a proof of time for Kyoto or Tokyo or Osaka, whatever I get into the following year. Now, could I do that on a half? 100%. But if I'm training for 1 marathon per year, it's whatever. Although actually, I say Calgary, but Victoria also has a full marathon on like Thanksgiving weekend. And at least if I trained for that one, it would be closer to what, oh no, I can't use that one. Never mind. It has to be May. I was like, I could use that one and then I would have a proof of time. And I wouldn't have to train inside. I could train outside. But the application for Kyoto is in July. And Tokyo is like before Thanksgiving. So you need proof of time before that. Well, I guess I could look at the window. Excuse me, and figure out maybe like it could be used. Just not so like if I ran it this year, it could be used for like 2 years from now. I don't know. It seems like a really big gap for a proof of time though, especially for like one that's, well, especially Tokyo, because Tokyo is one of the big 6. So. Yay, we're almost there. One more. I'm excited to go for a run outside as well. Oh yeah, that's super cute. So you don't have, oh no, never mind. I was like, you don't have any cat faces on the front, but you totally have cat faces on the front. And cute fluffy cat butts with their tails too. And one of the standing cats that's been cut in half because that's what happened. All right, last one. Okay, so lessons learned. Cut the fold over elastic longer than you anticipate. Honestly, it might actually be worth not cutting the fold over elastic until I'm sewing the stuff. That might be the actual solution to this. Or just do binding. I don't know. Like bias tape binding or something like that. But I like that this is like a one-step finish. I think that's the big benefit to the fold over elastic. I don't know. Whatever, it works. It's just cut it longer, apparently. Holy. That's not how I planned to spend the majority of time that we did for finishing these seams. Holy. But we're done. And we've even got enough planner pouch belly bands right now for the ones that I just finished. So these will get packaged. And then I gotta figure out how many I need for Market Mall, and we'll take that number into Market Mall, and we'll package up the planner pouches there too. And then, you know, good things will happen, right? So there we go. The cats are done. All the planner pouches so this has made a very good dent in the scrap bin as well. This one does not have a seam, it's just a nice all around. And I'll show you the belly band one more time because I am, with the struggle that we had with these, I am very proud of how they came out. and they just finish everything nicely. So that's more or less what it's going to look like. Obviously it'll get taped down. It'll get taped down under the elastic itself. And yeah, but we'll do that after I take photos of them. I just realized they're not going to get photographed before the event. Okay, well, we'll have a packaging party here soon. Anyway, it is time to go and work out and get my body moving. Thank you so much for joining me. Sorry, I hope the yawns aren't too contagious today. I will be back on tonight to do... We'll do something fun too. Probably cutting large box bags and getting large box bags sorted, because I do see that there's a handle right here. This is the bin I was talking about. We definitely have the bin of like handles. This is definitely the handle bin, along with the Bowl Cozy templates that have only been partially used. But like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, like there's handles. Now these ones will need to be cut down because we're using that new, oh, look at that. There's even like, oh boy. Okay. Anyway, these are the ones that are, not this one specifically, but these two I was thinking need to be sewn up because those are the wisteria cats, and I'm pretty sure I already have cuts of that fabric. This fabric is gone, so we can make a scrunchie out of it. I mean, then we can take this section for a stuff. That's the technical term. This, I think there is small box bags that'll match up with. Anyway, this is definitely the handle bin, which is awesome because I was talking about reinstituting it for this year because it really helped last summer with like being able to just go through and be like, okay, I've got handles for this stuff already, and we're good. So anyway, so that's probably what we'll work on tonight, is getting large box bags started. Actually, they're already started. We'll choose what large box bags we're going to actually make. We'll trim down the current handles that we have cut for the bags that we can make. Again, the citrus, I don't have any more of this fabric, so we'll just trim it up. And we'll make a scrunchie, and we'll make an accessory from this or something like that, because that is a little bit too small. Like notions pouch, maybe? Oh yeah, we gotta do the interior notions pouch theme too. Maybe a notions pouch. Maybe we should do a notions pouch and a needles, like a couple notions pouches and a needle stasher instead of scrunchie. I don't know. We'll decide in a little bit. It's not very smooth fabric, so actually, yeah, notions pouches and needle stasher, though, that would make more sense. I do have more of that fabric, so that's going to be made into stuff. Oh, there's the handle for banana cats, and banana cats is over here. Okay, I'm going to put that one on top because I know exactly where that fabric is. And if I can find it, we'll sew it right now. 1 second, I think it's in this bin. I just saw it the other day, so. Banana cats. Banana cats, I know I saw you. Where are you? Actually, it might be in this. Ooh. That was a terrible screech. Okay, maybe it's not. I know I just saw it though, so I'll be able to track it down pretty fast. Oh, hello. Okay, this webbing is like, that would be a lot of the mess that's over there. So if we tidy that up, that's gonna help a lot. Where did it go? Maybe it's in, okay, 1 second. I'm gonna find that and we're gonna make it. Or at least, no, we'll ignore it for now. Ignore it, Katie. It'll be fine. But I can sew, okay, so we'll sew that later. Especially since it's not here. All right, this is totally stalling so that I don't have to go to the gym. So it's time to go. Hope you all have a fantastic afternoon, and I will be back on tonight. Best way to find out when I'm actually going to be online is through Instagram, or, you know, subscribe and hit that bell button for the channel, and that will let you know it specifically when I'm coming online. So hope you all have a fantastic afternoon.